vaccine to better match circulating strains of the virus. We first did this in an open-label study in adults, Study 205, to enable rapid evaluation of immunogenicity and safety of the variant vaccines. This slide shows the weekly new cases of SARS-CoV-2 according to time and variant predominance. In the summer of 2021, with the emergence of the first significant variants, we began a beta-containing bivalent vaccine arm. In February and March of 2022, we enrolled the group to evaluate the BA1-containing bivalent vaccine. And in August of 2022, we enrolled the group to evaluate the BA.4/5-containing bivalent vaccine. Both Omicron-containing vaccines were administered as a fourth dose, and compared to the fourth dose of the original vaccine, a cohort enrolled in February of 2022. As the study was open label, hypothesis testing was conducted using a non-contemporaneous control. The pre-specified immunogenicity endpoints of the study were aligned with FDA guidance. We reviewed the BA1 bivalent vaccine data at the June 2022 VRBPAC, and now I will present the BA.4/5 data. The BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine cohort in this study included 511 participants. At the time of the interim analysis, follow-up was for 37 days post-booster. Here are the demographics of the BA.4/5 bivalent and the non-contemporaneous original vaccine control group. There was significant representation of those over 65 in both groups. And as the pandemic evolved, more participants had evidence of prior SARS-CoV-2 infection in the BA.4/5 bivalent group enrolled in August compared to the original vaccine group enrolled in February. Hypothesis testing was done, therefore, in the subgroup with no SARS-CoV-2 infection as pre-specified in the protocol. Here are the neutralizing antibody results with the validated BA.4/5 assay. The BA.4/5 containing bivalent is in the dark blue. The original vaccine is in the medium blue. The left panel is for those with no prior SARS-CoV-2 infection, the primary analysis, and the right is for those with prior infection. And on the bottom are the geometric mean ratios. The BA.4/5 bivalent met the pre-specified superiority criteria compared to the original vaccine with a geometric mean ratio of 6.3. And these results are consistent in those with evidence of prior SARS-CoV-2 infection. Recognizing that adults 65 and older have the greatest risk of morbidity and mortality with COVID-19, we also analyzed the data by age. As you can see, the 65 plus population had a robust response with the BA.4/5 containing bivalent vaccine that was similar to the 18 to 64-year-old group. Next, we look at cross-neutralization data for the Omicron subvariants, which have continued to emerge and are now dominant in the US. It is important to note that these variants retained the mutations of prior variants and therefore were closer to Omicron BA.4/5 than the original Wuhan strain. Here are the cross-neutralization data run in a qualified assay using the same methodology as our pseudovirus neutralization assays. BQ11 is on the left, XBB1 is in the middle, and XBB1.5 is on the far right. For all the variants, significant cross-neutralization titers were detected in both participants without and with prior infection. As expected, those with prior evidence of infection had higher titers. Now, we also initiated a large randomized double-blind active controlled trial in early 2022 to examine the BA1 monovalent and bivalent booster vaccines compared to the original vaccine. This study was conducted in the United Kingdom. Part 1 of the study was smaller and evaluated the BA1 monovalent vaccine, and Part 2 was larger and evaluated the BA1 bivalent vaccine. The results for both parts of the study were made public yesterday in a preprint article, In the interest of time, I'm focusing my presentation on part 2, evaluating the BA1 bivalent vaccine, because of the larger sample size and because this vaccine was the one authorized in the UK. In this graphic, we show the enrollment of part 2 of the trial superimposed on the variant waves in the UK. Enrollment was from March through June of 2022. More than 2,800 participants were enrolled in the part 2 of the study. The primary objective of the study was to evaluate the safety and also the immunogenicity of the variant vaccines compared to the original vaccine. A secondary objective of part 2 was to compare the incidence rate of COVID-19 in the bivalent versus the original vaccine groups. The study was powered, though, on the immunogenicity objectives and not to detect a difference in the incidence rates. The mean age in both groups was 57 years, and about a third of the population was 65 and older. 25% of participants had evidence of prior SARS-CoV-2 infection. The median interval between third and fourth dose was about 5 months, and most participants had received an adenovector primary series, followed by another mRNA vaccine as a first booster. The booster dose of the Omicron BA1 bivalent vaccine met all pre-specified endpoints, including superior neutralizing antibody response against Omicron BA1 with a geometric mean ratio of 1.5. The GMR was very consistent with what we observed in our open label study, Study 205, with the same BA1 containing bivalent vaccine presented at the last VRBPAC. Although the study was not sufficiently powered to detect differences in incidence rates, numerically lower COVID-19 incidence rates were seen in the bivalent group in green versus the original vaccine group in blue. The incidence rates diverge at about day 40 post-vaccination during the BA2 wave in the UK, and the difference is maintained through 120 days of follow-up. Since we continuously sequence SARS-CoV-2 infections in our clinical trials, we were able to analyze COVID-19 incidence rates by the Omicron sublineage. An exploratory analysis of BA2, BA4, and BA5 sublineages showed a lower incidence rate in the BA1 bivalent arm compared to the original vaccine for the BA2 and BA4 sublineages on top. This trend was not seen for the BA5 sublineage group, which further antigenically diverged from BA1 and demonstrated increased infectiousness versus BA4. The relative efficacy favors the BA1 bivalent vaccine for the non-BA5 strains, but is similar to the original vaccine for the BA5 strains. Next, we have the evaluation of the bivalent vaccine as a primary series. This occurred in Study 306, which was set up in June of 2022, due to ongoing discussions on bivalent vaccines. At this time, the BA1 vaccine was available for clinical trials. We chose to evaluate the bivalent primary series in this youngest age group of 6 months to 5 years, because this is the population in which data are most needed for a primary series going forward. It is expected that the findings here can be extrapolated to other age groups. The Study 306 evaluation of the primary series builds on the historical control from our previous study in this age group, Study 204. Study 204 enrolled more than 4,700 children and was the basis of primary series authorization in this age group. In Study 306, we plan to enroll around 480 children. An interim analysis of the study was performed with 179 children to facilitate the primary series discussion today. The immunogenicity was pre-specified to be compared to the historical control from Study 204, and the safety data are presented side by side with both post-dose 1 and post-dose 2 data with the original vaccine primary series. The children enrolled in the bivalent vaccine primary series had a mean age of 3, and 60% of these children had evidence of prior SARS-CoV-2 infection, reflecting the rising seropositivity in unvaccinated groups. These are the reported local solicited adverse reactions. The bivalent vaccine primary series is in green compared to the original vaccine in blue. There were no major differences from the original vaccine primary series, and there were no grade 4 events. Here's the systemic reactogenicity now reported after a primary series in children 37 months to 5 years. Fever is similar at 13% post-dose 2 in the bivalent group and 16% post-dose 2 in the original vaccine group. No grade 4 events were noted in the bivalent group. And here is the systemic reactogenicity events reported after a primary series in the youngest children, 6 to 36 months. Again, fever post-dose 2 is similar at 14%, and no grade 4 events were noted. Now, here is the immunogenicity comparison. For this study, due to the predominance of prior SARS-CoV-2 infection, the immunogenicity hypothesis testing included all participants, regardless of baseline SARS-CoV-2 status. On the left, the BA1 immunogenicity is significantly higher for the bivalent vaccine compared to the original vaccine, with a geometric mean ratio of 25. And on the right, the responses against the original strain were similar between the bivalent and the original vaccine, with a geometric mean ratio of 0.8. Both the co-primary endpoints for superiority against BA1 and non-inferiority against the original strain were met. We have previously compared baseline seronegative populations in other studies. A pre-planned analysis of the seronegative group in this study showed consistent results for the BA1 responses. A reduced response to the original strain was seen for the bivalent group. Recall that the original vaccine was about 30 to 50% efficacious in this age group, with efficacy assessed during the Omicron wave. We expect that a bivalent primary series would provide better protection against the currently circulating Omicron variants. Now, results from a number of real-world effectiveness studies have been presented earlier today. Here, I will discuss results from our ongoing study of the Moderna BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine at Kaiser Permanente. This matched cohort study included 157,000 individuals boosted with the Moderna BA.4 bivalent vaccine who previously received at least 2 doses of an original mRNA vaccine. A relative vaccine effectiveness comparing the BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine with individuals who had 2 or more original vaccine doses was 73% for chart-confirmed hospitalizations for COVID-19 and 56% against ED and urgent care visits. Vaccine effectiveness of the bivalent booster also was demonstrated when compared to individuals not vaccinated with any COVID-19 vaccine. These data support that Moderna's bivalent BA.4/5 booster provides additional protection compared to those who did not receive the bivalent booster. We recognize that FDA has identified a number of critical evidence gaps. Our clinical development program includes trials designed to address some of these gaps, including long-term safety and immunogenicity data after primary series and boosting with bivalent vaccines, bivalent boosters administered annually, primary series in younger infants, younger than 6 months of age, and a single-dose primary series. I will now turn to Dr. Edwards to discuss our preclinical data from variant-containing vaccines.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Good morning. My name is Darren Edwards, and I am Senior Director of Translational Immunology and Non-Clinical Research Leader of COVID-19 vaccines at Moderna. Moderna continuously monitors for emerging variants and classifies variants based on the incorporation of immune-evading mutations and on the measured growth dynamics of these emerging variants. For those that meet our pre-specified criteria, preclinical mRNA materials are prepared and key manufacturing steps are initiated as soon as possible to prepare for the possibility of vaccine update requests from health agencies. An example of this process is our preparation for 3 currently circulating variants, which we began in early fall of 2022. These efforts are performed to allow for expedited delivery of new vaccines should they be requested. An example of the benefit of this ongoing effort was seen in Moderna's rapid development of the BA.4/5 booster vaccine. The BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine preparation had begun in spring 2022 based on our epidemiological monitoring and variant risk assessment efforts. Subsequent to the FDA's request for a BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine in June of 2022, preclinical evaluations were completed and large-scale manufacturing batches were prepared. This rapid development and evaluation enabled authorization in late August, and initial vaccine supply was subsequently released. This also highlights Moderna's preparation for an annual vaccine selection process and our ability to respond quickly for an off-cycle update should an immune-evading variant emerge. Moderna's ongoing monitoring and variant response effort has enabled the development and evaluation of more than 19 monovalent and bivalent vaccine compositions. In addition, through our real-time monitoring efforts, we have started our development and evaluation process for 3 recently emerged variants, XBB.1, BQ1.1, and BN.1. In our preclinical evaluation of these new variant vaccines, we're not only assessing monovalent and bivalent vaccines, but also novel bivalent combinations, those that include the original strain and also those that do not. These novel bivalent compositions are listed. Moderna's authorized original strain and bivalent BA.4/5 vaccines were evaluated in a primary series mouse immunogenicity study to evaluate the breadth of neutralization across variants that each vaccine provided. The original vaccine provided significant neutralization against the matched ancestral strain, but significantly less breadth of neutralization against Omicron lineage variants that have more recently emerged. By contrast, immunity generated from vaccination with BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine provided robust breadth of neutralization against multiple variants as well as the original strain. Now, I will turn the presentation back over to Dr. Das.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. In summary, our BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine booster met all pre-specified immunogenicity endpoints, and the results were consistent for the 18 to 64 and the greater than 65 years groups. The randomized active controlled study in the UK with the BA.1 bivalent vaccine compared to the original vaccine confirmed the immunogenicity and safety conclusions with the same vaccine in the US open-label study. Although the study was not sufficiently powered to detect differences in COVID incidence rates, numerically lower COVID incidence rates were seen in the bivalent group versus the original vaccine group. An exploratory analysis of the relative efficacy favors the BA.1 bivalent vaccine for the non-BA.5 strains, but is similar to the original vaccine for the BA.5 strains. Cross-neutralization also has been observed for emerging Omicron subvariants. Primary series with BA.1 bivalent vaccine met immunogenicity endpoints and was well tolerated in children. And real-world effectiveness data from the Kaiser Permanente study confirm additional protection from hospitalizations and ED urgent care visits with the BA.4/5 bivalent booster. As SARS-CoV-2 continues to evolve, boosters with bivalent vaccines can protect against infections when the variants are more closely related, but continue to protect against severe disease even as the variants diverge. We will continue epidemiologic monitoring and risk assessment of emerging variants and subvariants and will evaluate candidate vaccines as needed. We remain committed to providing data and manufacturing readiness to support timing and composition decisions for harmonized updates to boosters and primary series. I'd like to thank our study collaborators, investigators, and most importantly, all of the participants in these trials. And again, I'd like to thank the committee for the privilege of presenting to you today. We would be happy to address your questions.
Thank you very much for a clear presentation. So we have time for a couple of questions. I just want to ask one quick one first. So you have differences between BA4 and BA5 in terms of clinical efficacy, but they have identical S proteins. So how do you explain that?
Yes, I will start and I can then turn it to Dr. Edwards. We do believe that the BA5 as BA5 dominated worldwide, we know that the BA5 has a fitness and an infectiousness advantage over the BA1, over BA4, which is evidenced by the size of the different waves that were, the size of the respective waves that the world saw. Also, the BA5 wave did come later during the study. Dr. Edwards, is there something else you would like to add to that? No? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Levy?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my question is for Dr. Das. Thanks for a very clear presentation. I had one question on safety and one on immunogenicity. The safety data you presented for the BA1 bivalent, by eye, it seemed that there was reduced reactogenicity in many of the reactogenicity endpoints. Do you have any insight? Does Moderna have any insight as to why the reacto would be lower and what lessons can be learned from that moving forward? And then the question around immunogenicity relates to our discussion with Dr. Bagel about correlates of protection. Will Moderna be conducting nested T-cell immunogenicity studies and present those at future FDA meetings? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So for the safety question first, we have seen across our bivalent vaccine programs the decreased, a little bit decreased reactogenicity. It's, it's nothing that's significant, but the trends do fall that way. We have I believe the randomized trial, so these are non-contemporaneous, but the randomized trial of the 305 booster kind of showed the same thing. We're not quite sure why this, the reason for this, but I think it is a finding that we have seen consistently. In terms of the correlates of protection analysis, we are very, we supported the correlates of protection analyses with the COVE study that Dr. Beigel described, and we are continuing to work with our colleagues to look at variant-specific correlates of protection. So we'll be starting next with an Omicron BA1 correlates of protection study. We are, though, limited in these studies by what samples were taken so far. And so in the majority of the COVE study, it was serum samples. And so neutralizing antibodies are the largest, make up the largest portion of our correlates of protection work. We have studied T-cell responses, and we will continue to include these in studies as feasible, but I think our current work will have to be on the serologic correlates, which although they may not be a mechanistic correlate of protection, they are correlated with protection, which we have seen in the original strain and has been suggested for the variants as well.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Offit.
Yes, thank you. This question is for Dr. Das. First of all, I want to commend you for doing that study in the UK where you could actually control for the length of time between booster doses with the monovalent and the bivalent vaccine, which then eliminated a lot of the confounding variables that were seen in the study that's done in this country trying to compare bivalent with monovalent. But I noticed that in that study that you referred to, the UK study, there were 3 arms, which was not just the ancestral strain alone in the monovalent or the bivalent with ancestral plus BA1. There was also a BA1 only arm with 50 micrograms of mRNA. I just wonder if you could comment on that, because it really gets at the question that hopefully we'll address at some point, which is do we need to continue to have the ancestral strain mRNA in these vaccines? Thank you.
Yes, and we can bring up the slide for the immunogenicity of the monovalent BA1 vaccine arm as well as the bivalent arm. And this is all in the preprint that was posted yesterday. But you see so on the left part of the slide is the monovalent. The purple is the BA1 only. And on the right side of the slide is the BA1 bivalent. And you see those geometric mean titer ratios on the bottom. And so they each have an individual, they're each randomized to their respective original vaccine. And so you see the geometric mean titer ratios on the bottom are very similar, 1.7 and 1.5. But if you look at yes, here we go. And if you look at the original strain data here, the responses to the ancestral strain, you do see that there seems to be some benefit for the bivalent vaccine there. The geometric mean ratio is 0.8 versus 1.0. Whether this, in our other studies, we have shown that using a bivalent, you can perhaps diversify the immune response that you get in order to kind of try to prepare or be closer to the ongoing evolution. And perhaps this gets at that benefit for the bivalent.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we need to hold the rest of the questions until the later period when the sponsors will be back because of our tight schedule. So I think we need to move on to the next presentation by Pfizer. So this is going to be presented by Dr. Swanson.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Keena Swanson, and I'm head of viral vaccines R&D at Pfizer. On behalf of Pfizer and BioNTech, it is my pleasure to share our perspective on the future vaccination regimens for COVID-19. Through our extensive evaluation of monovalent and bivalent variant-modified vaccines, the safety profile has remained similar to the original vaccine, as you heard earlier today, and the vaccines performed in humans as the preclinical data predicted. For the purpose of today's presentation, I will focus on recent data for our bivalent Omicron BA.4/5 modified vaccine, the first update to the original vaccine in response to the substantial antigenic shift of SARS-CoV-2 that occurred with the emergence of the Omicron variant. I will end with a view of how we are poised to respond to emergent strain changes when needed, and together with shifting to a more regulated annual strain change process for future COVID-19 vaccine updates. Vaccines that are better matched to circulating strains have a critical role to play in the ongoing public health response to COVID-19. In the United States, there has been an increase in COVID-associated hospitalizations corresponding to the winter respiratory season months of November through March. As shown in the figure on the right, cases surged in January 2021 due to the Alpha variant, and again in January 2022 following the emergence of Omicron. Vaccines continue to be the most effective approach for prevention of COVID-19. Variant vaccine compositions more closely matched to circulating strains can restore waning immunity against hospitalization. And this was first observed with the bivalent Omicron BA.4/5 vaccine update in fall 2022, which was triggered based on immunity waning around 3 to 6 months after vaccination with original vaccines. Compared to less well-matched vaccines, they offer increased protection against currently circulating strains for both neutralizing activity and real-world clinical outcomes. As presented by the CDC earlier today, the bivalent BA.4/5 mRNA vaccine has improved protection by roughly 40 to 80% relative to the last dose of original vaccine during periods predominated by BA.5 and BQ.1.1 sublineages, with higher effectiveness seen against more severe outcomes like hospitalization. The most recent data from CDC also show that effectiveness of the bivalent vaccine is maintained against symptomatic disease caused by XBB sublineages. Now taking a closer look at our variant vaccine experience, this has included evaluation as both a primary series and booster. Shown on this slide with the original BNT162b2 vaccine in blue and variant vaccines shown in purple, and starting at the top with the monovalent beta variant vaccine. Across the data generated to date, including evaluation of bivalent Omicron BA.4/5, preclinical data have reliably predicted the responses in humans. And as we presented in June, and will share further evidence today, variant vaccines show improved responses compared to the original vaccine as a booster dose. For a primary series, the monovalent Omicron BA.1 vaccine has shown an Omicron-specific response in humans. However, preclinical studies suggest bivalent vaccines may confer a broader neutralizing response across variants of concern compared to monovalent formulations. The bivalent Omicron BA.4/5 vaccine, which contains mRNAs encoding the original and Omicron BA.4/5 spike, was authorized in August 2022 based on clinical safety and effectiveness for the original vaccine and clinical safety and immunogenicity for the Omicron BA.1 modified vaccine, together with preclinical data for the bivalent BA.4/5 vaccine. As part of a post-authorization commitment, we are conducting clinical studies to generate safety and immunogenicity data across multiple age groups. First, I will describe the study in participants 12 years and older. Shown here is a clinical study evaluating the bivalent vaccine at a 30 microgram dose level as a fourth dose booster in vaccine-experienced individuals that received 3 prior doses of the original BNT162b2 vaccine. Indicated in purple below, we assessed immune responses following a bivalent booster dose in adolescents 12 to 17 years of age and adults 18 to 55 and greater than 55 years of age. Immune responses were compared following a booster with either the bivalent vaccine or the original vaccine among participants greater than 55 years of age. The original vaccine comparator group, shown in blue on the bottom right, was part of a previous vaccine study. COVID-19 disease surveillance was also part of the study, but as the original vaccine group is a historical comparator, no contemporaneous control was available to assess potential efficacy. Presented here are the demographics for the 3 bivalent vaccine groups and the original vaccine comparator group. Age distribution was as expected based on the enrollment criteria, and the ratio of males to females was consistent across the groups. Focusing below, note that prior SARS-CoV-2 infection among participants was confirmed by either medical history, serology, or RT-PCR just prior to administration of the 4th dose booster to discern immune responses in those positive or negative at baseline. Bivalent vaccine groups received the booster dose in fall of 2022 and had a similar proportion of those with prior infection. The BNT162b2 group to the right was boosted in spring 2022 and thus had a lower proportion of individuals positive at baseline. The bivalent booster was administered a median of approximately 8 to 11 months following dose 3, and the original vaccine booster was administered doses in participants greater than 55 years of age. Superiority for the Omicron BA.4/5 response was to be established between the bivalent and original vaccine groups based on the GMRs. And for the secondary endpoint of GMR for the reference strain response, non-inferiority was also to be established. Given the potential variability in SARS-CoV-2 infection experience, all comparisons between vaccine groups were based on a linear regression model that controlled for baseline neutralizing titers. Data from a validated SARS-CoV-2 live virus neutralization assay demonstrate that the GMR success criteria were met for the bivalent vaccine. Shown on the right with a GMR of 2.91 and lower bound of 2.45, superiority was met for Omicron BA.4/5. And for the reference strain below, a GMR of 1.38 and lower bound of 1.22, showing non-inferiority was met. Finally, summarized in brief at the bottom of the slide, non-inferiority of the sera response was also met, with sera response defined as achieving a greater than or equal to 4-fold rise from baseline and requiring the lower bound of the 95% confidence interval for the percentage difference in sera response between the bivalent vaccine and original vaccine group being greater than -5. Next, we evaluated whether responses to the bivalent booster were similar between the two adult age groups. Assessing responses in those with or without evidence of prior infection, BA.4/5 neutralizing responses were similar between younger and older adults, shown on the right with a GMR of 0.98, meeting the non-inferiority criterion. And shown below in blue, non-inferiority of the seroresponse was again also met. In this comparison, requiring a lower bound greater than -10 for the percentage difference in seroresponse between the younger age group and those greater than 55 years of age. In addition to the formal analyses of the Omicron BA.4/5 neutralizing response, shown here are the geometric mean titers, or GMTs, indicated above each bar, and in the box above, the geometric mean fold rise, or GMFR, from 1 month after the 4th dose compared to pre-dose 4. Bivalent groups are in purple, and the original vaccine group in blue, and the data are presented according to SARS-CoV-2 infection status at baseline. 3 important trends are shown. Responses with the bivalent vaccine were substantially higher than the original vaccine. Those with prior infection had overall higher titers, and the immunological benefit of the bivalent vaccine was conferred regardless of baseline infection status. And this was consistently observed across the 3 age groups and supports that even if you have been previously infected, there remains a clear benefit to receiving the bivalent booster. We also continue to monitor the variant landscape to understand neutralization activity against new strains as they emerge. Here we show data comparing the bivalent and original monovalent vaccine neutralizing activity against more recent Omicron sublineages. These data are now published in the New England Journal of Medicine. A descriptive analysis of Omicron BA.4/5, BQ.1.1, and XBB.1 from a subset of participants greater than 55 years of age is shown using a SARS-CoV-2 fluorescent focus reduction neutralization assay. Data for participants without prior infection are shown on the left, and in participants in those with prior infection are shown to the right, and represent approximately 20 individuals in each group. Improved responses regardless of the prior infection status were observed against all the Omicron sublineages tested. For example, for BQ.1.1 on the left, a GMFR of 12.6 for the bivalent vaccine versus 1.5 for the original vaccine. Neutralizing activity against BQ.1.1 is modestly reduced compared to BA.4/5 and more substantially reduced against XBB.1. Initial reports and our own recent data show that neutralizing activity against the newly predominant XBB.1.5 is similar to XBB.1. And data presented earlier suggests effectiveness is maintained against both BQ.1.1 and XBB sublineages. Additional clinical studies in children younger than 12 years of age are also ongoing to evaluate the bivalent vaccine not only as a booster, but importantly as a primary series. Though evaluation of the primary series is ongoing, today I am pleased to share initial data in children younger than 5 years of age for the booster dose. Shown here is the design for the booster study that includes BNT162b2 experienced children 6 months to less than 5 years of age who received the 3-dose primary series of the original vaccine at the 3 microgram dose level. Safety and immunogenicity has been assessed in a subset of 60 participants, where the bivalent booster was administered a median of approximately 6.5 months following dose 3 of BNT162b2. The booster dose was administered in fall of 2022. A descriptive analysis was performed assessing responses following the bivalent 4th dose booster compared to a control group that received 3 doses of the original vaccine. Here, the bivalent vaccine group is shown on the left in purple and the original vaccine on the right in blue. Vaccine groups were matched by age, baseline infection status, and interval from prior vaccine dose. In participants 6 months to less than 5 years of age, the Omicron BA.4/5 responses were substantially higher in the bivalent vaccine group after the 4th dose compared to the control original vaccine group after the 3rd dose, with a GMT of 1,700 versus 600. Now shown for the whole group and divided by age subgroups, responses were similar for children 6 months to under 2 years and children 2 to less than 5 years of age. These data provide further support and assurance of the improved immune responses with the bivalent vaccine for all ages. Evaluation of the bivalent BA.4/5 vaccine as a primary series is ongoing within this pediatric study in children 6 months to 5 years of age, and results are anticipated in the coming months. As we have observed in prior clinical studies, the reactogenicity profile of variant vaccines continues to be consistent with the original BNT162b2 vaccine. This is supported by the large volume of post-authorization global safety data, and we continue to perform surveillance on safety data from all sources, working closely with regulatory and public health authorities around the world, including the CDC. The overall benefit risk profile for the original and the bivalent vaccine in authorized populations continues to be favorable. To summarize the effectiveness data presented today, the bivalent vaccine met superiority and non-inferiority criteria in the post-authorization clinical study and has demonstrated improved effectiveness against circulating Omicron sublineages, including BQ.1.1 and XBB. The immune response data are consistent with real-world benefits observed in the general population. So where do we go from here? We want to mitigate against potential for waning immunity and maximize protection against future variants. There are a number of factors to consider in preparation for and deployment of COVID-19 vaccine updates. Real-world effectiveness data and potential changes in disease severity continue to be monitored, but are information that may arrive too late for a vaccine update to have maximal impact at improved protection. Ongoing evidence collection will be key to inform early reads on the need for a vaccine update. These include assessing antigenic distance of circulating strains relative to the current vaccine, the degree of immune escape, and potential approaches that may better overcome immune imprinting. Broad versus more localized distribution of new variants and the degree of transmissibility are also hallmarks for the potential need to respond. A library of candidate vaccine constructs prioritized by these data and prepared at risk could be available for a vaccine update based on early evidence. The vaccine composition could include monovalent or higher valency vaccines, dependent upon the factors described. Now, moving forward, COVID-19 may ultimately transition to a seasonal endemic disease, peaking in winter like influenza and RSV. But we will also need to be prepared for potential off-season disease caused by new or rapidly changing variants. This means that a model for COVID-19 vaccine updates requires adaptability and an established pathway to licensure. Pfizer and BioNTech support FDA's proposal that the current pathway established for annual influenza vaccine updates could be adapted to enable annual COVID-19 vaccine updates. The current influenza model is shown for reference in gray, where strain selection occurs in February for the US and other Northern Hemisphere regions, several months prior to vaccine distribution in fall. Licensure of seasonal influenza vaccines occurs in July and is based on non-clinical and manufacturing data only. No clinical studies are required to support licensure. Shown below in blue is one example for a COVID-19 update model, positioning strain selection closer to the season, which would allow manufacturers to more closely match the COVID-19 vaccine to strains in circulation. Again, an off-cycle update could also be supported if needed and based on the dynamics of variant epidemiology. Licensure would be supported based on our extensive clinical experience across 4 variant vaccine formulations to date, translatability of preclinical data to humans, and a pre-specified data package to support a vaccine update. Using the proposed pathway, the timeline from strain selection to vaccine availability could be approximately 100 days, as we recently demonstrated in the first vaccine update. The time is now to define the strain selection process, the regulatory requirements, and pathway for licensure of future variant vaccine updates for booster and primary series vaccination. And this will help maintain optimal protection against COVID-19 and enable a rapid and coordinated public health response to emerging variants. To conclude, variant-modified vaccines continue to show a favorable safety profile with improved effectiveness for the bivalent vaccine against COVID-19 through periods of Omicron BQ.1.1 and XBB predominance. As seen with influenza and now with COVID-19, vaccines more closely matched to circulating strains offer improved protection. Recent reports showing improved effectiveness for the bivalent Omicron BA.4/5 vaccine compared to the bivalent Omicron BA.1 vaccine support this. An established model for future variant vaccine updates will be an important first step to better address COVID-19. But we know our work is not done. Next generation vaccine candidates aim to enhance both the breadth and duration of protection that could potentially yield a variant-proof vaccine and importantly, minimize the frequency of boosters. We look forward to today's discussion on these topics. Pfizer and BioNTech wish to thank the clinical trial participants and their families, the sites, investigators, and CRO, our partners and their staff, and the FDA, as well as the VRBPAC committee. Thank you for your attention. My colleagues and I will now be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Swanson. So we have about 8 minutes for questions. Dr. Sawyer.
Thank you for updating us on your progress. One of the challenges we face today is deciding if we have enough information on using the bivalent vaccine as a primary series. That is particularly true for the youngest children under 2 years of age, whose immune response may not be the same as older children or adults. I noticed in your bivalent booster study, you only had 20 children, if I read the slide correctly, in that youngest age group. Can you tell us in your ongoing primary series study, how many children under 2 we're going to have data on in time for this 100-day window by which we can make a choice of which vaccine to give?
Thank you for the question, and we are very keen to understand the performance of the bivalent vaccine in the pediatric population. I'll ask actually Dr. Charu Sabharwal to come up and elaborate in more detail. The data we included in today's presentation is what is currently available on a subset of children from the ongoing pediatric study. So 60 children overall, approximately equal numbers between the two age groups, the younger children and the older children. But Dr. Sabharwal.
Thank you, Dr. Swanson. It's Charu Sabharwal from Pfizer Vaccines. For our primary series phase 1 study, we will have 90 participants in the 6 months to less than 2-year-old age group, and an equal amount will also be in the 2 to less than 5-year-olds. And to circle back to the booster, just to share that we will ultimately enroll 300 participants in that age group. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gantz.
Thank you for this presentation. I had a question, sort of a comment on your comment that we have to, quote, think about imprinting. And I don't actually see evidence in any of the booster data for this notion. There are a couple of papers. This is controversial, I understand, but at least from your standpoint, I would love to understand where that comment is coming from. That's my first comment. My second one is, when we're considering new vaccines and new whatever, if it's going to be bivalent, monovalent, are dosing considerations going to be undertaken again, as we know that 3 doses in the children is what I'm particularly interested in, since 3 doses is part of the primary series, and that might have to do with the dosing that was considered for those original studies. Thank you.
I'll start with the first question about imprinting. And where I would start is to say that we do know from the totality of the data that when you have an Omicron component within the vaccine, you do confer improved responses against Omicron and its sublineages. So there is a benefit, but we also know the history, and here I'll reference probably influenza, where there's a much more extensive year-to-year data of where there may be some potential immune imprinting and how can you best overcome that. So I think, we're looking at all of the data, and going forward, we'll continue to generate more to better understand how much of a hurdle that may or may not be for SARS-CoV-2. For the second question on 2 versus 3 doses, so the ongoing pediatric study evaluating the primary series is evaluating, we will have data generated after the second dose, as well as 3 doses of the bivalent vaccine. And knowing that as the variants change, it's a moving target. And the current dose level for the original vaccine in the pediatric population is 3 microgram. But we also want to understand, as you're changing these vaccines, do they perform the same way? So there is also a dose ranging component within that primary series portion of the pediatric study.
And it includes higher doses?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gellin?
Yeah, thanks for all these. I'm glad they're being recorded. I'm not sure who's going to watch them again, but they're good to have. So thanks for that. Questions about production for both manufacturers. Pfizer gave us a 100-day marker. We didn't hear a similar number from Moderna. I'll assume it's the same. But what if we're going to think about the flu model, what if we talked about 2, 3, 4 valents? In June, we said we need those flavors. What's feasible in that situation? And then I'm not clear what your production facilities are, but since this is even though the briefing document talked about coordination with WHO, if the United States orders these valent vaccines in June, does that mean that's what the rest of the world's going to get without having had a chance to order something different?
I think on the last point, I'll maybe wait for this afternoon's discussion between FDA, CDC, and the committee on how the global coordination may look like going forward. But I will ask my colleague here, Bill Falstich, here in a second to elaborate on the supply question. But I will, just to start, remind last year, we were in the face of deciding Omicron BA1 versus Omicron BA4-5 vaccines. And so Pfizer and BioNTech were supplying both of those vaccine formulations based on the different areas and countries that were requesting them.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. McGinnis?
Hi, good afternoon. Bill Falstich, I'm the Vice President of Global Supply Chain here at Pfizer. On the first question, could the 100-day timeline be similar if we had, let's say, more than 2 components to the vaccine? Yes, it could be. We have the production capability to enable that in a similar, roughly 100-day timeline. And then as to the second portion of the question, if the U.S. makes a decision in June, would that bind the rest of the world to a similar decision cycle?
Hello.
The answer is not necessarily. So as Dr. Swanson mentioned, this past year, we delivered BA4-5 bivalent to the U.S.
Hello.
We delivered a BA1 bivalent elsewhere in the world. It was on separate decision cycles, and we were able to manage that with no concerns and fulfill all the global demand. So we could be flexible like that, again, if we needed to.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Dr. McGinnis?
I'm sorry, I thought I was called upon and then somebody else interrupted me.
No, it was my fault because I called on you before the Pfizer had finished answering the question.
Interesting. Well, thank you. So I have a couple of comments. Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put my video on so you can see that I'm authentic. Yeah. Hello. I have some basic questions for Pfizer about what data they have that they could lay out between the bivalent and the monovalent in terms of protection from infection or disease. I haven't actually seen those data. And then I have a question about this whole meeting focused on mRNA vaccines. So I think mRNA vaccines have been phenomenal in dealing with the initial problem, but we seem to be tracking along the same path. And so I want to know about any kind of approach. And so, for bivalent and monovalent, we haven't seen randomized comparison trials to demonstrate superiority. And then I don't want this meeting to be hijacked by mRNA vaccines. So I guess that's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to answer the second part, our next talk is by Novavax, which will have a different formulation. And maybe, Dr. Swanson, if you can answer the first part quickly, because we're running out of time.
I will keep it brief. I'm not aware of any head-to-head efficacy or effectiveness data between monovalent and bivalent formulations. What I can say is we do have clinical data from the randomized controlled trial that compared monovalent Omicron BA.1 vaccine versus bivalent Omicron BA.1 vaccine. And both formulations induced superior neutralizing responses compared to the original vaccine as a fourth dose booster. There was a trend for higher responses with the monovalent vaccine. We don't know whether that is clinically meaningful or not. In the presence of, the discussion that was had earlier this morning around correlates of protection, I think that's still a moving target. It's not clearly established, but those are the data that we have.
Okay. Thank you. So I thank you, the Pfizer team again for their answers. And I think we need to move on to the third presentation by Novavax. And this is going to be given by Dr. Dubovsky, the Executive Vice President.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Dubovsky, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Novavax. Today, I'll present data on how our vaccine performs against variants and the implications for future strain selection. In this presentation, I'll describe our vaccine technology and features we think are responsible for the induction of broad and long-lived immune responses. I'll show you data that our monovalent prototype strain vaccine induces broad responses when used as a homologous or heterologous boost, including against forward-drift variants such as BA.1 and BA.5. These responses hold steady whether our vaccine is a prototype strain vaccine, a monovalent variant vaccine, or a bivalent vaccine. They all seem to work equally well, once again against forward-drifted variants. We believe the breadth of immune response is at least partially due to the induction of functional immune responses to conserved sequences that are common between the variants. I'll show you structure function data that links functional immune responses to the presence of these conserved epitopes. When it comes to BQ11 and XBB, we do see alterations in these conserved sequences leading to diminished neutralizing antibody responses. These reduced neutralizing responses appear to be comparable to the reduction seen with other approved vaccines, signaling that now may be a time to change vaccine composition. We note from recent preliminary real-world effectiveness data that although the immune responses are reduced, the vaccines still perform well, especially against severe outcomes. Any updated vaccine strains will include a new repertoire of epitopes, and we believe our technology will continue to induce broad responses to future forward-drift variants that arise from the newly recommended strain. As a brief reminder, the Novavax vaccine includes the full-length recombinant spike protein, shown here in red, presented in its native trimeric conformation. We manufacture the antigen in insect cells, which have truncated glycans, and we hypothesize this facilitates epitope exposure to the immune system. And the antigen forms particles around a polysorbate core, shown here in blue, which improves antigen uptake and processing. The antigen is co-formulated with our sapinin-based adjuvant, which is known to facilitate the induction of broad B-cell and T-cell responses. The combination of these factors led to high levels of efficacy against a prototype strain, as well as against variants that circulated during our initial phase 3 studies. As I present some of our clinical data for the variants today, I'll reference correlates of protection for our vaccine. An independent analysis conducted by the US government COVID-19 response team and NIH scientists was performed to identify correlates of protection for our vaccine. The analysis was based on our US-Mexico phase 3 efficacy study, where the majority of COVID cases were caused by variants, mostly alpha, with some beta, gamma, epsilon, and iota. And overall, the vaccine showed an efficacy of 90%, including against these variants. Anti-spike IgG levels and pseudoneutralization titers were found to correlate with protection against PCR-confirmed symptomatic infections. Uniquely, our anti-spike IgG responses appear to correlate more strongly with protection compared to neutralizing responses. Although neutralization responses are important, we know from system serology studies that the vaccine induces IgG antibodies capable of a range of immunologic mechanisms, such as Fc-mediated phagocytosis. The correlates of protection thresholds for binding IgG and neutralization are displayed in the two tables at the bottom of the slide. The specific immunologic thresholds are associated with protection against PCR-confirmed mild, moderate, and severe disease noted on the right-hand side of each table. And I will annotate some future slides with these thresholds. Okay, let's look at some data from our clinical studies. First, I'll briefly review some homologous boosting data from our US-Mexico phase 3 study and to describe the breadth of immune response, including against Omicron subvariants. Participants in the study received a 2-dose primary series of prototype strain vaccine and were boosted at age 11 months with 1 dose of prototype strain vaccine. On the left panel, we have displayed anti-spike IgG responses seen after 2 doses. This priming series induced antibodies that recognize the prototype spike with a lower level of antibodies against BA1, BA2, and BA5. The right panel represents the antibody levels after a single boost, and high levels of antibodies are seen against all the variants. The differences between the BA5 and prototype in the priming series, which is about 12-fold, decreased to only about 4-fold after boosting. This horizontal line indicates the IgG levels seen in our phase 3 clinical trials that were associated with high degrees of efficacy. After boosting, antibody levels to BA1, BA2, and BA5 were all comparable to these protective levels. Here we've displayed the immune response for participants who are infected with a prototype strain prior to receiving any vaccine. On the left-hand panel, we see that prior to infection, there was an induction of low levels of antibody against prototype strain vaccine and an even lower level against Omicron subvariants. However, after receiving a 2-dose series, these infection-primed individuals increase their antibody levels 60 to 75-fold. Again, these levels, including for the Omicron subvariants, approximate levels associated with protection in the phase 3 study. This analysis is important because the vast majority of the US population has been primed with infection and or vaccination or both, and this represents a real-world situation. Okay, moving on to our adolescent data. In this study, all participants received a 2-dose primary series of prototype strain vaccine and were boosted with prototype strain vaccine about 10 months later. On the left panel, we have displayed the neutralizing responses against prototype, Delta, BA1, and BA4-5 after 2 doses. After a single boost, shown here on the right, there was a significant increase in neutralizing responses against all the variants. Here, I've overlaid the correlates of protection thresholds that I highlighted earlier. You can see that the neutralizing levels observed after boosting are predicted to be protected against BA1 and BA4-5. Another way to look at these neutralizing immune responses to variants is through antigenic cartography, as was shown by Dr. Beigel. Antigenic cartography shows the relative magnitude of immune response against disparate variants induced by the prototype strain vaccine. Each of these large grid boxes represents a 2-fold difference in neutralizing responses. So 1 box is 2-fold different, 2 boxes 4-fold difference, and so on. On the left, we show neutralizing responses after the 2-dose priming series. And here we've annotated the distance between BA4-5 in pink and the prototype in green, and this represents approximately a 28-fold difference. On the right, after boosting, the antigenic distance decreases to 1.7-fold, which for all practical purposes represents a matched response. This indicates that when used as a booster, the immune responses are almost indistinguishable regardless of strain, giving us confidence of maintained efficacy for the variants, including through BA4-5. Next, I'll discuss some heterologous boosting data from study 311, a strain change study conducted in Australia using different Novavax formulations. All participants had previously received 2 or 3 doses of mRNA vaccine. After enrollment, they were randomized to be boosted with one of 3 vaccines: our prototype strain vaccine, an Omicron monovalent BA1 vaccine or a bivalent vaccine that contained the prototype strain plus BA1. The study achieved its strain change endpoint, but the data I'll present today is a descriptive analysis of the breadth of immune response following this heterologous boosting and represents a convenience sample from the study. No statistical comparisons were pre-specified. The primary endpoint was measured in individuals who received 3 doses of mRNA vaccine, so that's the data that'll be presented. Demographics and baseline characteristics were well balanced between the 3 arms. The racial profile is consistent with the general Australian population. And about half of each group were shown to be infected by anti-N serology or PCR. And as you can see, the boost was administered about 180 days after the final dose of mRNA vaccine. So here I'll display the IgG responses in all participants measured against prototype strain in BA1, which were included in the vaccine formulations, as well as BA5, which represents a model forward-drift variant. The key question I'll address on the next 2 slides is whether updating with Omicron, either as a monovalent or bivalent, adds to the breadth of immunity, especially forward-drift immunity. In the first triplet, we see that the anti-prototype responses were comparable irrespective of whether prototype strain vaccine, BA1 vaccine, or bivalent vaccine were used as a booster. Numerically, the prototype strain induced a greater anti-prototype response. The same is true for anti-BA1 responses. In the middle triplet, you can see the magnitude of the anti-BA1 response were comparable irrespective of which vaccine formulation was used as a booster. And finally, when we look at the forward-drifted anti-BA5 responses on the right-hand side of the slide, we see that neither BA1 nor the bivalent provided any additional benefit compared to boosting with the prototype strain vaccine. And here I've added the correlates of protection thresholds that were developed for recombinant protein homologous vaccination. When applied to these heterologous boosted cohorts, they suggest that protective antibody levels were achieved for the prototype strain, BA1, and BA5. The setup of this slide is similar to the previous slide, except this shows validated pseudoneutralization responses. Once again, the responses are comparable, irrespective of which vaccine was used as a booster. For the BA5 forward drift responses, shown on the right-hand side of the panel, all formulations induced similar neutralizing responses with no additional benefit observed for either BA1 or bivalent vaccine. And overlaid here again are the correlates of protection thresholds, which suggest that protective levels may have been achieved. From this data, we conclude that the prototype strain vaccine performs well when used as a heterologous booster, and our monovalent and bivalent vaccines induce similar immune responses against BA1 and BA5. Okay, now let's look at some data from a different heterologous boosting study where we have information from the most recent variants. Study 307 was a lot-to-lot consistency study conducted in the US. In this study, we enrolled 911 adults who had no previous history of recent COVID infection and who had received a primary series or a primary series +1 booster of approved COVID vaccine. The last vaccine dose was at least 6 months prior to enrollment. After enrollment, all participants were randomized to be boosted with one of 3 different lots of Novavax prototype strain vaccine, and immune responses were measured at day 28. The study met its primary endpoint with the 3 lots performing comparably, thereby demonstrating manufacturing consistency. The data I'll be presenting today is a descriptive analysis of the breadth of immune response following heterologous boosting with our prototype strain vaccine, and no statistical analyses were pre-specified. The majority of participants received either Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, but a small number were previously vaccinated with the COVID Novavax's vaccine. Because the study was not designed a priori to evaluate different boosting schedules, and these samples were randomly selected from the study population, some differences are noted in the baseline demographics. There are more females in the Pfizer group. There are more white and Hispanic participants in the mRNA groups, while there were more Black or African Americans in the Novavax group. The median interval prior to boosting ranged from 33 to 61 weeks. However, the pre-boost titers were all clustered between 33 and 54,000. Okay, first let's look at the IgG responses to the prototype strain. We're displaying 2 doses of Novavax, boosted once with Novavax in the blue bar, and that's compared to 3 doses of Moderna in green, boosted once with Novavax, and 3 doses of Pfizer in gray, boosted once with Novavax. Next, we can see the IgG responses for BA1, and finally, the IgG responses for BA5 on the right panel. The highest antibody titers were in the Novavax homologous boosted participants, and that's true for the prototype as well as Omicron subvariant responses. However, the confidence intervals are broad due to the small sample size in this group. Overlaid here are the course of protection thresholds. In all cases, IgG titers achieved levels predicted to be associated with protection of approximately 88 to 95%. So overall, the 307 study findings are important because they confirm manufacturing consistency, but they also show robust immune responses to prototype and forward variants using homologous and heterologous boosting. The post-boost titers approximate levels associated with protection in our phase 3 studies. However, we've seen that some of the most recent subvariants have alterations in critical conserved sequences that will impact immune responses. So next, I'd like to present data on pseudovirus neutralization responses for BQ11 and XBB1 for different vaccines and boosting regimens. These assays were performed at Dr. David Ho's laboratory at Columbia University and allows for comparisons to previously published boosting regimens, including boosting with authorized bivalent vaccines. First, I'll display the anti-prototype neutralization responses derived from our studies. I'm showing the neutralization responses in individuals who received 3 doses of mRNA and were boosted with our vaccine in dark blue, compared to participants who received either 4 or 3 doses of Novavax vaccine. Consistent with what we saw previously, the homologous regimes have numerically higher responses. However, because of the small numbers of participants, the precision of these estimates is relatively low. Added now in speckled pattern are the results previously published from Dr. David Ho's lab. On the far left are 3 doses of mRNA boosted with bivalent mRNA vaccine, and this is displayed adjacent to 3 doses of mRNA boosted with Novavax. In the middle are 4 doses of mRNA compared to 4 doses of Novavax, and on the right are 3 doses of mRNA compared to 3 doses of Novavax. In all these regimens provide high levels of neutralizing response. Now let's look at BQ11 neutralizing responses. Here you can see that for BQ11, the responses are lower and similar across the different dosing regimens, irrespective of whether the primary series was mRNA or recombinant protein, and irrespective of whether the boost was prototype strain recombinant protein or bivalent mRNA vaccine. The responses were suppressed compared to the prototype neutralizing responses displayed on the left. And finally, here are the new responses for XBB1, and you can see even lower responses for all vaccines. Thus, whether priming with mRNA or recombinant protein, or boosting with prototype or bivalent, neutralizing responses for BQ11 and XBB1 are low. From these data, it seems that all vaccines, including our prototype booster, are performing comparably against these variants, and all vaccines may benefit from updating to new strains to optimize neutralizing immune responses. Now, I'd like to briefly show you the biological basis that underpins our vaccine's ability to induce broadly protective responses, and also why we have diminished responses to BQ11 and XBB1. As a recombinant protein vaccine company, we make new spike proteins as new variants emerge. We've also developed a panel of neutralizing monoclonal antibodies following vaccination with our prototype strain vaccine, and use these monoclonals to evaluate the structure-function relationship of emerging variants. Each of these monoclonals has been demonstrated to be neutralizing. These monoclonals also compete with polyclonal post-vaccination serum, thereby confirming the relevance of this in vitro evaluation. I'll show you data from 3 different monoclonal antibodies whose binding profile establishes the structure-function relationship. So displayed across the top of the slide are the cryo-EM-based images with a spike protein designated in blue and the binding of monoclonal 3223 shown in yellow and green. This is a Site 2 monoclonal antibody, and you can see it binds spike protein for all the variants. In the table below is a structure-function data associated with each variant showing any mutations in the binding epitopes, as well as the ability of these monoclones to neutralize the variant. There are no mutations in the binding region, so the monoclones can bind and neutralize. Now we're displaying data from a different monoclonal. Monoclonal 4256 binds conserved epitopes in the prototype strain, as well as BA2 and BA5. Once again, no mutations occur in the binding site, and subsequently, there is no significant impact on neutralization. However, by cryo-EM, the monoclone fails to bind both BQ11 and XBB. For BQ11, there's a K414 mutation, and for XBB, we've identified 2 substitutions, a K445P and a G446S. These structural changes translate into decreased binding, as well as decreased neutralization for both these variants. And finally, we're displaying the binding for monoclonal 3513. This monoclone is visualized binding prototype strain in BA2, but it does not bind BA5, BQ11, and XBB. For these variants, we see mutations in the conserved epitopes, which translates into decreased neutralization. We believe changes to this region are responsible for the modest loss of neutralization we've seen for BA.5 from clinical studies. Overall, these findings match the clinical immunology data I showed you earlier. We believe the breadth of immunity against the variants is a result of our vaccines technology's ability to induce responses to these conserved regions. When these conserved regions are altered, neutralization responses decrease. All three of these monoclonals bind and neutralize the prototype strain in BA.2 variant, signaling conservation in all three regions. The neutralizing responses against prototype and BA.2 were robust in the clinical studies. For BA.5, as we see on this slide, binding is lost to one of the neutralizing regions with a subsequent modest impact on neutralizing responses observed in our clinical studies. But for BQ11 and XBB, there are key mutations in two of the binding regions, and consequently, the vaccine induces reduced neutralization as shown in Dr. Ho's data. The lower level neutralization response, the residual lower neutralization response that's seen in the clinic for BQ11 and XBB may well be linked to the continued presence of the Site2 sequence recognized by the first monoclonal I showed you. So together, our structure function studies support the current deployment of authorized vaccines, but indicate that changes in the XBB lineage could be beneficial to enhance neutralization of this and future forward variants. So in summary, our vaccine technology induces high levels of broadly neutralizing antibody and a polyfunctional Th1 biased CD4 cellular response. We believe the breadth of the immune response is driven by the presence of conserved functional epitopes shared amongst the variants. We've demonstrated that when our vaccine is used as a homologous or heterologous boost, both as a primary boost or second boost, we generate relevant immune responses for variants that contain these conserved sequences. And that includes variants through BA.5. We have shown no additional benefit of bivalent vaccine or variant vaccines compared to our prototype. Valency appears to matter less in the presence of conserved sequences. And for the current vaccine composition, BA.5 and prototype strains shared these neutralizing sequences. So using a monovalent vaccine until a strain is selected from the new antigenic tree appears to be scientifically sound. Finally, there's preliminary data suggesting immune responses are decreased for the most recent set of variants to the same levels seen among all of vaccination regimens, irrespective of vaccine composition. Once again, this points to mutation in these conserved sequences, suggesting immune responses would be improved with more closely matched vaccines. Our technology remains an attractive option for future annual vaccination. The breadth of immune response induced by our vaccine may future-proof the vaccine as new variants emerge. So in conclusion, the breadth of the immune responses against future drift variants makes Novavax technology an appealing choice for future annual vaccination campaigns. Boosting data indicates comparable performance to currently available vaccines while providing an alternate to mRNA technology. Providing redundancy in supply, as well as a vaccine choice for the American population, is a clear benefit. Novavax is prepared to deliver either a monovalent or bivalent vaccine for the 2023-2024 vaccination season based on guidance from the FDA. And our recommendation is that the regulatory bodies and manufacturers move to influenza-like model, where strain recommendations are made by the end of the first quarter. This will allow manufacturers 6 months to manufacture, release, and distribute vaccines in advance of the 23-24 season. And listen, we recognize the tension between selecting a strain as late as possible to increase the likelihood of recommending a matched strain versus providing adequate time to assure vaccine availability. Furthermore, like is currently done for influenza vaccines, we propose recommendations include a provision for inclusion of antigenically like strains. As we manufacture at risk, allowing for inclusion of antigenically like strains increases the probability of being able to provide adequate supply in a timely manner. Novavax looks forward to continuing to supply an additional vaccine choice for the U.S. population. Thank you. I'll take your questions now.
Thank you, Dr. Dubovsky. So we have a question from Dr. Berger.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Dubovsky, for that presentation. It's, and I applaud the work that you and all the other companies have done to actually give us data on the currently circulating strains as well. I have a general question. It really would be posed to all three companies at this point. Is really a question about sub-analyses and whether anything has been done to look at specifically minority populations and ensure that the performance that you're seeing isn't differentiated there.
Yeah, so from our initial studies for the vaccine, we didn't really see that race or ethnicity was an important factor for immunogenicity. The current studies against the variants, the group sizes are really too small to be able to dig into that level of detail. Now, as we get more experience and more clinical data, we're going to be able to do those sub-analyses. And certainly we have those planned as part of our ongoing bivalent work.
Thank you, Dr. Gans. Oh.
Sorry, were you all finished up?
I think so.
Okay. Great to see you, Phil. Thank you for that presentation. I may have missed it. I love the immunogenicity data that you presented to us, and I do have a question a little bit, and maybe I'm not understanding some of the nuance to this. But I did want to ask about efficacy data. So maybe I'll just throw that out there in terms of, I didn't hear a lot of that mixed into your immunogenicity data. But on the immunogenicity question, you seem to favor a new vaccine that would be antigenically similar to what we're seeing in terms of the variants of concern that are moving. But you also show data to show that the monovalent and the bivalent are equally efficacious. So I'm not sure am I missing the rationale to that then, to say that maybe it is broad enough with just the original monovalent?
So we think that our data supports the immune responses were sound all the way through BA5. Like I tell you, the XXB is different, and we show that in the immune responses from Dr. Ho's lab. Now we've seen data today that efficacy or effectiveness is preserved even amongst these early signals from the current variants. We think that if we move to a closer strain, we'll recover, we'll recapitulate that neutralizing responses, and so I believe that's important. I mean, I think these vaccines should be thought of not only as protecting against severe disease, but protecting against all disease, including infections, because it's important for people not to spread the virus. It's important for people to be able to go to work and not be sick for 2 weeks' time every time they get an infection. So we do think that this will lead to better efficacy and effectiveness in the future if we can move to a closer match. Now, the monovalent versus bivalent story is interesting. I mean, I lean back on the structure function data as far as that goes. As long as we can get within close to whatever circulating, we believe this technology can induce broadly neutralizing responses. Whether it be monovalent or bivalent, I think that we're relatively indifferent. We can manufacture both, and we can bring both to the market. And finally, about the effectiveness study, I didn't show you any because that data is still maturing. We haven't had adequate vaccine use in places where we can capture those cases to be able to bring effectiveness data to the table today.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Levy?
Thank you. It's very interesting to hear about Novavax's distinct platform. A key feature of this platform is not only its use as a protein-based antigen, but the use of an adjuvant, I believe, matrix M. And so I was wondering if you might say a few words about what Novavax understands about the impact of that adjuvant on the breadth of the immune response against distinct coronavirus variants, because I think that's a topic relevant today. Thank you.
Yeah, we know that the adjuvant is critical for the functionality of our vaccine. In our early studies, we tried both with and without adjuvant, and the adjuvant was important for driving neutralizing responses, as well as the breadth of responses. And we also know this from our influenza work, where we use matrix M, and there we showed in a phase 3 study that we generated very broad H3N2 responses, including against ancestral strains. So yes, it's critical, and I think the whole idea is that if we can get a strain selection that lands us on the same antigenic tree as what's circulating, then the value of this technology is it'll induce a broad response against future-driven variants from that going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Gillen.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. Just to clarify about the timing of production, you were asking for an end of first quarter decision for a 6-month production. Is that right?
That's right. I think very much like you see with other complex biologicals, That's the time frame that's required for us to bring adequate vaccine to the market. Now, a couple of points. I've also asked for the ability to do an antigenically matched strain, and that could certainly accelerate our time frame. And then, just like the other sponsors, we make these things all the time. And if something new crops up, we start manufacturing. So depending on how far we all along that manufacturing process, that time frame could be shortened. But if you give us a strain we haven't worked on, it's a 6-month time period from providing that sequence to delivering product.
Thanks. And just one comment. So I think Pfizer raised this idea of a library of possibilities that could shorten timelines if they're available. But thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe we can take one more question because we have a sharp return at 1:30 Eastern time. So Dr. Chatterjee.
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. And thank you also, Dr. Dubovsky, for your presentation. I was actually going to ask the same question that Dr. Jelen asked. But this second question I have, and this may be actually to all of the manufacturing companies, is with regard to non-spike protein related antigens or mRNA. But for you specifically, does Novavax have any candidates that are more conserved epitopes, perhaps?
Yes, so we're focusing on the spike protein. Has been shown that neutralizing responses against the spike are protective, and as far as going for internal sequences, I mean, I suppose there could be a benefit in T-cell responses, but I'm not sure that there'd be a huge benefit from an antibody repertoire, and that's kind of what this vaccine does best.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to just take our lunch break now and return in 27 minutes. And the sponsors will be on the call after lunch as well, so the questions that weren't addressed or weren't asked can be asked then. So 27 minutes to 1:30, 26 minutes to 1:30 Eastern time. Okay, I want to welcome everyone back. And we are going to start the open public hearing. And as we start, I have an announcement. So welcome to the open public hearing session. Please note that both the FDA and the public believe in a transparent process for information gathering and decision making. To ensure such transparency at the open public hearing session of the advisory committee meeting, FDA believes that it is important to understand the context of an individual's presentation. For this reason, FDA encourages you, the open public hearing speaker, at the beginning of your written or oral statement to advise the committee of any financial relationship that you may have with the sponsor, its product, and if known, as its direct competitors. For example, this financial information may include the sponsor's payment of expenses in connection with your participation in this meeting. Likewise, the FDA encourages you at the beginning of your statement to advise the committee if you do not have any such financial relationships. If you choose not to address this issue of financial relationships at the beginning of your statement, it will not preclude you from speaking. So with that, I would like to turn the meeting over to Dr. Padar.
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. I appreciate it. Before I begin calling on registered speakers, I would like to hand over the meeting first to Dr. Marks. Dr. Marks. I know, Dr. Marks, you're on mute.
You're muted.
You're still muted.
Dr. Marks, this is Derek Barn with AV Support. You are unmuted in the Zoom platform, so it appears that you're having a microphone issue on your computer.
Okay, so I will. What I will do is I'll go ahead and read the instructions for OPH, and then I will come back to Dr. Marks a little later. I would like to add the following guidance. FDA encourages participation from all public stakeholders in its decision-making processes. Every advisory committee meeting includes an open public hearing, OPH session, during which interested persons may present relevant information or views. Participants during the OPH session are not FDA employees or members of this advisory committee. FDA recognizes that the speakers may present a range of viewpoints. The statements made during this open public hearing session reflect the viewpoints of the individual speakers or their organizations and are not meant to indicate agency agreement with the statements made. I would like to try Dr. Marks one more time and see if his audio is now working. And if not, then we can begin and maybe he will make a comment at the end. Dr. Marks, do you think your audio is working right now?
Dr. Marks is currently rejoining our room.
Okay. Thanks everyone for your patience as we're dealing with technical difficulties.
Okay, I'm back.
Great.
Sorry about that. That seems like with the mic went on mute internally in the computer. Thanks. So just wanted a quick announcement that FDA welcomes the expression of all views at FDA advisory committee meetings and encourages participation of interested stakeholders in its decision-making processes. FDA welcomes and respects comments related to today's meeting topic, but we don't condone comments that include offensive remarks or hate speech, especially if those are directed at members of the advisory committee or FDA staff. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Marks. With that guidance, I would like to begin. Every speaker will have only 3 minutes to make their remarks. Let's begin with our first OPH speaker, Mr. Jester Jersey. Jester, please go ahead and begin.
Thank you. I'm stating that I have no pharmaceutical conflicts to disclose. Good afternoon, VRBPAC Advisory Committee, and thank you for allowing me to present. Today, I will talk about renewing vaccine confidence, working with community-based service organizations to increase vaccine uptake. Next slide, please. I believe I'm qualified to present because I'm a member of Kiwanis International and also volunteer as a trusted messenger and ambassador with the Vaccination Collaborative, an effort spearheaded by Vaccinate Your Family. But today's presentation isn't about me. It's about how we can better help the American people. Next slide, please. According to the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the COVID pandemic saw the largest decline in childhood vaccination in 30 years. Next slide, please. National Public Radio echoed the same sentiment regarding U.S. vaccination rates. While flu vaccine rates are low, COVID booster rates are lower at 15%. Next slide, please. How can we increase vaccination rates and trust? I'm making a motion to recommend to the Advisory Committee and all government health departments to work with trusted community-based service organizations, whose efforts I will present shortly. Next slide, please. I believe service groups can improve vaccination rates because of Kiwanis' recent global effort with UNICEF to eliminate tetanus. In 1999, 59 countries were at significant risk of tetanus. By 2019, it was reduced nearly fivefold to 13. Last year, that number was 12. Next slide, please. There's historical precedence for collaboration. Kiwanis previously worked with Nancy Reagan on the Say No to Drugs campaign during the Ronald Reagan administration. Shortly afterwards, we began our partnership with UNICEF to address iodine deficiency disorder. Next slide, please. I not only advocate for working with Kiwanis, but 3 other organizations whose endeavors are presented before you. I recommended these groups because not only are they among the biggest service groups in the world, but they've collaborated with Kiwanis on a joint statement to address the pandemic and their breadth of experience. This includes Rotary, who are working to eradicate polio. Next, Lions International, who began addressing vision health after Helen Keller reached out to them in 1925. Finally, Optimus addresses childhood obesity and mental health wellness. Next slide, please. These are only a few issues they address. However, many may benefit can be gained through collaborative efforts with service groups on any vaccine campaign, including increasing vaccine confidence, second, reaching communities who need help the most right now, and lastly, building a foundation of trust to prepare for future health concerns, just like the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness Act, or PAPA, had intended. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's little collaboration with service organizations, particularly with trusted messaging, despite our experience with vaccine preventable diseases. This needs to change. Today, I strongly appeal to and implore members of the VRBPAC Committee, the Food and Drug Administration, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the Department of Health and Human Services, all other governing health departments, and even the current presidential administration of President Joe Biden to please reach out to and connect with community-based service organizations. We can help and we can make a life-saving difference. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Jester. Next speaker is Martha Hudson, also has a PowerPoint presentation. Please begin, Martha.
Thank you. Martha Hudson, no conflict of interest. I've used online platforms to build community for hundreds of thousands of vaccine injured around the world. Their stories are horrific. We invited Dr. Peter Hotez to join our vaccine injured Twitter spaces. His response was to block. Until January 2021, I was healthy, traveled internationally, and worked in war zones. I received 1 dose Moderna and had immediate reaction. My condition worsened in the first week. Multiple diagnoses. 2 years later, neurological and other symptoms continue. My doctors agree the vaccine is the cause. Next. Why are we being censored? Like most injured, I've been labeled misinformation and suspended on social media for sharing factual information about my injury and others, such as Maddie DeGarry, severely injured in Pfizer's 12 to 15-year-old trial. In the current culture, it's unacceptable to discuss vaccine injuries, and that tone is set by the government. This is not right. Twitter and Facebook internal documents show directed censorship of factual information, resulting in harm to the American people. Next. Why did it take 463 days for CDC to release critical vSafe data, then only thanks to ICANN FOIA? Of 10 million vSafe users, which I am one, 7.7% sought medical care after vaccination. But you already knew this. Is this alarming to you? According to recent Rasmussen poll, nearly 1/2 of Americans surveyed think COVID vaccines may have caused many unexplained deaths. Over 1/4 believe someone they know may be a victim. Is this alarming to you? 3 scientific problems have arisen. Virus evolving faster than vaccines, vaccines hardwired immune response to Wuhan strain. Antibodies rapidly wane. Yet you want to add these to the permanent schedule. Is this profit over people? This is alarming to Americans. Next. Why is VAERS data ignored? As of January 13th, 2023, 1.5 million VAERS reports, including 33,746 deaths, have been filed. This is your tracking system. What will it take to alarm you? Recommendations: convene regional listening sessions with vaccine-injured researchers and doctors from all perspectives. Move VAERS out of HHS. Stop the COVID shots. At this point, there are more risks than benefits. Corporations are putting profits over people. Next, why is the elephant ignored? The truth will be uncovered and the level of your transparency will be judged. It is only a matter of time. Conclusion. Why did Massachusetts excess death change from respiratory to circulatory when vaccination began? See Bowden v. Baker. What about the massive increase in excess deaths among working-aged Americans in 2021? See Ed Dow's Cause Unknown. Why does each dose of mRNA vaccine increase the risk of contracting COVID? See Cleveland Clinic study. We need transparency to rebuild trust in our public health system. Do what's right. Research us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Martha, for that presentation. The next speaker is Alan McRae. I'm not sure if they made it to the room. If not, I will skip and I may come back to this person. Alan McRae, are you present? Okay. Okay, we will move to the next speaker. I hear that it's not available. I'll come back to the next speaker is Nicole Greenwood. Nicole G. Nicole, you might as well begin. You have a PowerPoint presentation. Nicole, are you on mute?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I had some connection issues. I'm ready.
No worries. Go ahead, begin.
All right, thank you. My name is Nicole. I have no conflicts of interest. This PowerPoint was created by my colleague, Josh Letsko. I am an ER nurse who worked the front lines of the pandemic. I am currently unable to work due to suffering debilitating injuries from the Pfizer vaccination, which I was mandated to receive to maintain my employment. In January 2021, the CDC released a document detailing how it is going to monitor VAERS for safety signals from COVID vaccinations. Slide 2. After first making false statements about this, the CDC finally admitted that they had done a safety signal analysis 15 months after the COVID vaccine rollout. You cannot call this informed consent, which is a legal obligation in healthcare in America. Slide 3. The Epoch Times recently published the results of the CDC's safety signals analysis from July 2022 that they obtained from the FOIA request. The CDC said that their requests were consistent with the FDA's and revealed no unexpected signals, which can only mean that the safety signals they found were expected. Slide 4. Here is a screenshot from one of the CDC's Excel files. Slide 5. They found 770 safety signals from mRNA COVID vaccines, 2/3 of which were larger than the signals for myocarditis. Slide 6. The FDA and CDC recently announced a signal for ischemic strokes after the bivalent booster. Here are the 26 stroke signals they found from the regular COVID vaccines. Slide 7. They found many signals for a wide range of adverse event categories, including death. Why did the CDC say it was expecting these signals? 70,000 plus people isn't enough. It's enough COVID vaccine injured people to stop and reevaluate more vaccine rollouts. Enough people are suffering and dying in silence. Slide 8. Here are the major cardiovascular signals. Slide 9. Here are the major thromboembolic signals. Slide 10. Here are the major neurological signals. Slide 11. Here are the major menstrual signals. Slide 12. Here are the major hemorrhagic signals. Slide 13. Here are the major GI signals. Slide 14 and 15 are the worst pediatric signals found. Did you know that the FDA and CDC found all of these safety signals in VIRS? They were expecting to find these safety signals. As members of the committee, you must demand to know why the FDA and the CDC hid these safety signals and why they have failed to follow up on them. Otherwise, you'll be accomplices to more people dying, more innocent lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. We appreciate your presentation. The next speaker is Vanessa McMahon. Vanessa, let me know when you're ready to present. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. I have no conflicts. In the 2 years since the rollout of the COVID vaccines, there's been a dramatic increase in excess deaths in the United States. Among just the millennials, there have been more excess deaths than all the American soldiers killed during the Vietnam War. It's the same story in Australia, the UK, Canada, and all heavily vaccinated countries. And excess deaths are still rising. Disabilities are also skyrocketing, and none of this is explained by COVID infections. Countries that did not vaccinate have no excess deaths. Slide 2. Why meet today? The vaccines don't work. They don't stop infection or transmission, and they were never even intended to. Even worse, the Cleveland Clinic study shows that the more vaccines you have, the greater your chances of catching COVID. And the vaccines don't prevent hospitalisation or death. Slide 3. Are you aware of the body of research about vaccine dangers? If not, the experts listed on slide 4 can help. Peter McCullough can explain how the spike protein encoded in the vaccines is distributed throughout every organ in the body, including the heart and brain. And this is after we were all assured it would stay in the arm. No one knows how long the spike stays there, nor what this will mean for the future health of vaccinated people. For this reason alone, it would be unconscionable to approve any further use of COVID vaccines. These experts also explain the sudden death syndrome that is affecting otherwise healthy young people. The researchers and educators on slide 5 are another great resource. Start with Steve Kirsch, who references scores of experts in their research, including the recent Thai study, which looked into the heart issues that Pfizer and Moderna warn us about. 1 in 4 vaccinated children developed cardiac issues, often subclinical. This week, Steve looked at excess deaths and cardiac events in pilots. Naomi Wolf reports on excess miscarriages and reproductive problems. And John Campbell outlines the backpedalling that has begun in the UK, where vaccines have been banned for anyone under 50 from next month in the light of their growing excess deaths. Slide 6 has links to politicians who are calling for a stop to the vaccines. It's incomprehensible that none of this is in the mainstream media. The suppression of the data, the experts and the politicians is very organised. So stay informed by using the platforms listed on slide 7. For example, Rumble, BitChute, Substack and Twitter, which has now reinstated people who question the vaccines, including many doctors and scientists. Use these platforms to find Ed Dowd. Ed explains in detail the unfolding disaster of excess deaths and disabilities in the US and what this means for the economy and how Wall Street is reacting. Finally, have you seen this week's Wall Street Journal article about the deceptive campaign for bivalent COVID boosters? Paul and Robert Kennedy, Igor Chudoff and Del Bigtree, they all have a wealth of knowledge on the tactics used to influence clinical trial outcomes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Mon. McMahon, the next.
I can see that the slides didn't keep up with me.
Yes, they did not. It's we will have them on the record, and also they will be saved when it's transcription. That was unfortunate, but they are captured for sure. I will rest assured. The next speaker.
Would you mind just going back to slide 7 for a second, just so that we can make sure that the platforms are shown there, the Rumble, the BitChute and the Substack and Twitter?
Sure. Is this the slide you're referring to? Can you see the slides on the screen? Data-driven answers and evidence?
Yeah, not that one. Yeah, the next
one. Are you referring to the next one?
The next one, Steve Kirsch, and go to the next, please go on to the next one.
That was the end.
So that people can access.
Yes, it will definitely be on the record. It's this whole
Okay,
meeting
it's
is recorded.
That people can access.
So people can definitely access it, and it's also transcribed. So we can definitely, it's saved on YouTube and it's also saved. So rest assured it will reach everyone. It's recorded, no problem. No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Next person is Dr. Robert Edmonds. Please go ahead, Robert.
Dear committee, I address you as an admin of a tinnitus adverse event support forum. My only conflict is the unlikely copay reimbursement and the $2,000 range from CSIP if I were to influence recognition and later file a claim. With that, my comments as a triple, but unfortunately not quadruple dosed individual, are not being made to dissuade vaccination, but have the goal of further improving frequency and outcomes for an unlikely event. That is tinnitus after COVID vaccination, which I developed nearly 2 years to this day after my dose 1. My wife would also later develop tinnitus in mid-March of the same year in line with her later phase access and dosing. We still hear our rings as I speak to you. This is an important distinction. This is unlike some other adverse events that resolve. It is also so intrusive, we have regularly provided suicide hotline information in our groups. This issue, though, is important to this committee. A prior member and editor-in-chief of vaccine, Dr. Cohen, also developed tinnitus along with his wife. He also experienced variability to his ring after being rechallenged. While many others, along with myself, didn't develop tinnitus after Janssen, I thought it would be best to spotlight it in a slide here because it has a particularly strong argument for tinnitus being related, but is still not recognized in the US. Both passive monitoring signals mentioned in the slide were observed for Janssen, but I highlight the second because it has not yet been reported. This is because I followed up with Dr. Harpaz at Oracle Health Sciences and his group, which includes FDA co-authors, that report in drug safety the effect of masking in pharmacovigilance speak on signals in VAERS data. The group didn't consider to examine Janssen, but after requested reanalysis, they identified a prior mass signal for tinnitus for this vaccine, the orange curve in the figure. The blue represents a much lower signal score, like what is probably produced by the FDA. So I ask, how much longer do the vaccinated, not the anti-vax, those that develop tinnitus after Janssen, have to wait for the FDA to account for masking within their monitoring? Or has this already been accounted for? And after all the imbalances, the passive monitoring signals, the foreign government recognition, and recognition for a vaccine of the same platform, that this is still actually not enough for recognition here. If this is the case, where's the funding for EHR database or inner ear tissue analysis papers that researchers like Dr. Harpaz or otolaryngologist Dr. Stankovic at Stanford want to do? I want you to find answers to these questions. That's my call of action to you. And this just scratches the surface for the challenges of recognition or work of with just one vaccine that may be the key to your future peace and quiet. So please don't make your response the same that Dr. Tom Shimbukuro had when I asked for research, which was, quote, thank him for his email, comma, cut him off. We were cut off, but we are still here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your time and presentation. The next speaker is Dustin Bryce, Interest of Justice, also a PowerPoint presentation. Go ahead, Dustin.
Hello, my name is Dustin Bryce, interestofjustice.org, and we have zero conflicts of interest. This first slide shows why FDA has no reasonable belief the unproven intervention may be effective and why it's not proven safe. FDA has no choice but to revoke the EUA and stop the experimental shots today. It needs to be stopped today. The FDA asked for 75 years to hide Pfizer trial data, which showed 1,223 confidential and proprietary deaths in the first 3 months. The same documents, when the court ordered, not only showed piles of dead bodies but from Pfizer trial, but the signals of enhanced disease, and showed that enhanced disease is an identified potential risk, not in the EUA fact sheet. The phase 4 data shows death is common and the number 6 effect after 30 days of taking Pfizer BioNTech. Next slide, please. The whole thing is not allowed under the WHO MURI ethical framework, which guides FDA. On a strictly exceptional basis, it may be ethically permissible to use an unproven intervention outside clinical trials, but only if the monitored emergency use meets the rigorous ethical criteria spelled out by the MURI ethical framework, which the COVID vaccine regimen does not meet the ethical criteria, thus making it mandatory to stop the shots now. A quote from the framework proves the EUA fact sheet omits what what is required for informed consent, making the exceptional EUA completely prohibited. In quotes, a consent process for use of unproven clinical interventions that does not explicitly recognize the scientific community's uncertainty about the risk-benefit ratio is not ethically appropriate, end quotes. The FDA is not considering community engagement with experts who dissent, and that's a big problem for the future regimen of the EUAs. We would like to read to you verbatim, in quotes, widespread use of the unproven interventions outside clinical trials for the preventative interventions should therefore be discouraged, as all harm related to the interventions is iatrogenic. Iatrogenic means introduced by a physician, such as a complication resulting from the treatment, and it's a real possibility, and it can happen. Next slide, please. The FDA's omissions explicitly recognize inform the public about the scientific community's uncertainty about the risk-benefit profile threatens the validity of informed consent and community engagement, which are required under the ethical framework and make the COVID-19 non-vaccine prohibited. This is a huge problem. That is why the future of COVID vaccines should be prohibited and is prohibited by ethical standards, including Nuremberg Code. Let us remember, in quotes, unproven intervention means lack of sufficient evidence and includes the term experimental. FDA is authorizing human experiments in a way that violates ethical boundaries and not adequately monitored the potential risk of enhanced disease, which is why the EUAs must be revoked immediately. Community engagement is essential to establish and maintain trust and preserve social order. Comment on our citizens petition now. The evidence is in our petition, and if you want to stop the shots, go to our amended citizens petition and comment. It's FDA-2022 P-2411. Share it far and wide. Go to the FDA website and go share it far and wide. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Arun Upadhyay, Chief Scientific Officer, Ocugen. It's also a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you to FDA and WorkPack for giving us opportunity to speak at this meeting. My name is Arun Upadhyay, and I'm Chief Scientific Officer at Ocugen. There are several at-risk cohorts in the US where sequential or even concomitant SARS-CoV-2 and influenza infection can result in increased disease severity, morbidity, and mortality. This emphasizes the urgency for developing a novel mucosal combination vaccine against COVID-19 and influenza. Today, we are excited to share an overview of the first mucosal COVID-19 and seasonal flu combination vaccine, which is in development in the US and designed to be delivered by inhalation. Our goal is to address a significant gap in today's COVID and flu vaccines, specifically the need to establish local mucosal immunity in respiratory tract while also preventing disease, morbidity, and mortality. Our vaccine candidate will use proven technology to achieve this. Next slide, please. The platform technology for our vaccine utilizes a novel ChAd8036 adenovirus vector. It was developed by Washington University in St. Louis and has been demonstrated as safe and effective by Bharat Biotech in India following nasal dropper administration. In addition, CanSino Bio in China has developed a similar vaccine featuring a human AD5 vector, but in contrast, it uses an inhalation route of administration. Ocugen utilizes the non-human derived ChAd8036 vector with an inhalation-based delivery technology in the United States. This approach has potential to generate broad immune protection against COVID-19 and seasonal flu with an excellent safety profile by using a significantly lower dose compared to intramuscularly administered adenovector vaccine. Next slide. We intend to initiate the first clinical study of the COVID-19 inhaled vaccine in later part of this year. We could have a combination inhaled COVID-19 and seasonal flu vaccine ready for use ASAP by working closely with the regulators. Next slide, please. The mucosal combination vaccine will be inhaled from a cup. This vaccine will be simple, needle-free, pain-free, easily administered, safe, effective, and will utilize a marketed and validated nebulizer device, which dispenses a mist into a disposable cup to prevent any cross-contamination. The manufacturing platform technology will be easily adaptable and scalable to seasonal variants or emerging variant of concern for flu and SARS-CoV-2 viruses, respectively. Next slide. In summary, Ocugen plans to develop an inhalation-based COVID-19 flu vaccine that has efficacy against hospitalization, severe cases, symptomatic cases, and asymptomatic cases. For this, we will be developing 3 inhalation vaccines using the same platform and inhalation route: COVID-19 vaccine, flu vaccine, and the combination of both. We will be seeking agency feedback on the development plan in the US. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. This is the end of the PowerPoint presenters session, and we will now begin with the next 8 presenters who will only make their comments orally. I will begin with Daniela Baker.
I am Daniela Baker, and I have no conflict of interest. Hear me. The vaccine injured are real. In June of 2021, I reluctantly received the Pfizer injection after being coerced by my former employer. I had a 17-year career as a certified in hospice palliative care registered nurse that I loved and was part of my identity. I had a fall within 12 hours of receiving the second injection. 24 hours later, my symptoms progressed and I sought care at the ER. Agonizing and pain in my right injected arm. It radiated into my face, causing me to scream out in pain. I asked if this was a direct result of the injection, but because of the safe and effective narrative, I didn't get the care that I needed. And I was dismissed within 30 minutes without answers. By the end of July, I was hospitalized, unable to readily walk, muscle spasms contorting my body in constant excruciating pain and the humiliation of losing my bowel and bladder function. My immune system attacked my spinal cord and I was diagnosed with transverse myelitis. My physician documented this as a direct result of the shot. My family is unable to plan events because I don't know what I can tolerate each day. Will the spasm be so bad I can't even rest in bed, or will I be in such unbearable pain I can't have human touch? Even speaking is hard because of the damage done. I unwillingly traded being a caregiver for medical equipment, receiving care in bed sores. We are in financial ruins because, ironically, I took the shot to keep the career that I loved and I no longer have. I submitted a VAERS report as well as a MedWatch on August 4th, 2021. My VAERS report disappeared from the system and I heard nothing from the FDA. Is it because you take your marching orders from Pfizer or Big Pharma? Will you continue to pretend we, the vaccine injured, don't exist? The only thing more humiliating than losing my bodily function is your complete disregard for the vaccine injured. Shame on every single one of you. My former employer doesn't care. My CDC doesn't care. And it seems my FDA certainly doesn't care.
Thank you, Danielle, for sharing your experiences with us. I'm truly sorry to hear of all the pain you've had to endure. I, again, appreciate your participation. I can't thank you enough for taking time to share it with us. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim Dowling.
Hello. I have no yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I have no pharmaceutical conflict of interest. Messenger RNA vaccines were first researched as the therapeutic platform for the treatment of cancer. No such option was offered to my father when he was dying of prostate cancer 3 years ago. I do speculate that this is because the profit margin for developing it was low. However, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. By now, it is ludicrously obvious that we all know people who are worse off since receiving a COVID vaccine. A WhatsApp group I belong to from Choco, Colombia, has seen 10 sudden deaths of young people since the rollout started. There were none for 3 years previously. In other places, friends and their friends include a woman with no previous history of cancer who developed complex colon cancer following her first shot and was dead in weeks. A fit woman in her 70s dead of a stroke. A close friend of my sister's husband, always in good health, a cycler and hiker. Since his shot, he is immunologically suppressed with frequent colds. A Colombian friend of mine, an author, who developed high cholesterol and a heart condition, previously fit. My sister, the matron of an emergency ward, has had COVID 4 times, despite being vaccinated with all boosters. My brother's wife's asthma shot into action following her shots. My sister-in-law and her husband developed respectively menstrual disorders and skin cancer after receiving Pfizer. A man of 65 collapsed and died in front of my wife and son following a shot. I grew up in a medical family. I have never seen anything like this before. I put it to you that no one has. Statisticians employed by parties with declared or undeclared interests to defend will accuse me of advancing anecdotal evidence. I will accuse them of crying all the way to the bank. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have hearts of stone? However, shockingly, none of this is any surprise. Kathleen Carrico, in her 2015 study funded by Bill and Melinda Gates, records that, I quote, a large portion of the luciferase activity was detectable in the liver, unquote. And back in 2014, before Soviet-style Pravda prevailed in our world, Kyle Fua et al. Note in their research, colloidal instability in biological fluid is a poorly understood phenomenon. Particle aggregation can be caused by interaction between the cationic nanoparticles and the anionic components in blood. When injected into the systemic circulation, positively charged nucleic acid nanoparticles aggregate through interaction with erythrocytes and other negatively charged serum proteins such as albumin, unquote. And they quote Ho et al., who also say the shots cause clots. Messenger RNA is a promising platform, but it is time to stop and recapacitate. The bad faith and profiteering has been such that the principle should be extended across the smorgasbord of vaccines. This is our fellow human beings.
You're over your time. Please conclude.
This is our fellow human beings we are talking about, our species. Ladies and gentlemen, stop the rollout.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your presentation. The next speaker is Nicola Adolfi. Nicola, please go ahead.
Thank you. Nothing to declare. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. I run the Autonomy Hotline in the UK. Our organisation is an advocacy service helping to support people's rights in health and social care. We are passionate about informed consent, the gold standard in medical practice. For the vulnerable who cannot consent to treatment, children, elderly, disabled, there is a danger that medical practice becomes what we do not want it to become. When authorities discuss licensing vaccines, they emphasize reaching the most vulnerable members of society with these products. But the truth is, society has no problem coercing vulnerable groups of people to line up first. Their bodies are not their own. For example, fighting a vaccine order in the family court leaves families penniless or fleeing their homes. In mental health hospitals, vaccines are disguised as treatment, which is illegal. A family member saying no to the vaccine on behalf of an elderly relative loses their power of attorney. The Down syndrome teenager living at home, a court-ordered vaccine could mean the use of police powers to gain entry. The autistic adolescent, sedated and restrained by court order to be given something he said he didn't want. Where are the disability rights that society claims to uphold? For all you here today, because you are vaccine injured, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Everyone is so keen to seize any form of consent that the precautionary principle doesn't appear to apply outside of the patient-professional relationship. If a decision goes to court, the courts will simply authorize the vaccine with no regard for the ethical implications involved. The FDA committee must recognize that you open a door to a slippery slope that the rest of the world seems keen to hurtle down. The availability and licensing of vaccines paves the way for professionals to abuse their power over those on whom the benefits cannot be proven. Some of the worst violations of human rights were done in secret in the name of vaccination, but at the expense of sound medical practice. It is one global Milgram experiment. The very people you license this product for will be coerced by those in medicine, social care, and law, dividing families and causing harm. When this happens, there's no best interest outcome, there's no greater good. As a Christian, I'm called to take a stand for these individuals, and I say in the name of Jesus, this injustice needs to stop. Before any vaccine is released, you should ensure they're only given to people with capacity to consent, with full disclosure of risks, and any no should be as welcome as any yes, without fear of penalty or court appearance. Thank you. Please support the Autonomy Hotline.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Justin Prince.
Hello, my name is Justin Prince. June 22nd, 2021, Moderna shattered my life. Upon receiving the shot, my face went numb, I had a metallic taste in my mouth, and I felt like I was going to pass out. The following morning, I woke up with extreme chest pains, a heart rate of 144, and numbness in my body. I went to the ER 4 times within a month. They attributed my symptoms to COVID, despite the fact I never had COVID. I quickly found myself in many doctor's appointments in an attempt to alleviate my symptoms, such as extreme chest pain, tachycardia, bradycardia, widespread muscle and joint pains, extreme paresthesias, tinnitus, headaches, newly acquired food allergies, and becoming immunocompromised. And that's just to name a few. I've seen doctors in nearly every specialty field that echo the same phrase. It's an adverse reaction, ride it out. This is a failure to identify a condition caused by this vaccine and receive early treatment to prevent it from progressing. Our doctors follow government protocol on how to treat COVID. There's long COVID clinics in every state. Why are there no studies on adverse events, treatment protocols, vaccine injury clinics, or long-term safety studies? The injured are left to their own devices without any compensation because you're more concerned with managing a safety narrative over acknowledging these vaccines are a problem. It's a breach of the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm by forcing mRNA vaccines on children who are low risk of COVID complications and a higher risk of developing adverse reactions from the vaccine. This defies logic and only makes sense in the context that the FDA receives a large percentage of its funding from the pharmaceutical companies it's supposed to be regulating. No one who got the shot gave informed consent because the risks were censored and the benefits were falsified. Every shot was unethical and a medical malpractice. Before the vaccine, I was a healthy musician, able to work with my hands without limitation. Now, at 29, I cannot pursue my passion without being in pain or even work a full-time job. I tested false positive for HIV 6 times over 103 days, which my doctor determined was a direct result from the vaccine. I've been to the ER 14 times and more doctor's visits since the shot my entire life combined. I'm an empty shell of my former self, and I often wish the vaccine took me out the day I received it, as opposed to having zero quality life and struggling to survive because the government doesn't compensate for vaccine damages or fund studies to treat them. I no longer have any dreams to pursue. My only objective is just trying to stay alive and endure these vaccine damages. I encourage you to hear our cries for help as if we were family. Would you still abandon us then? Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you for sharing your personal experience with us. I very much appreciate it. I'm sorry to hear of your pain. The next speaker is Angie Bluford. Angie, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have no conflict of interest. My name is Angie Wyatt Bluford, a 49-year-old mom of 2 living in Wilmington, North Carolina. The beginning of 2021, I was in the best shape of my life, enjoying power tools, projects, and food. My husband and I just completed our chicken village and we're wrapping up our critter-proof garden. On April 15th, 2021, I gladly took my second Moderna vaccine to protect my family. My life has not been the same since. The next morning, I woke up in a lead suit that gets heavier depending on weather, what I've done, or just for the hell of it. The migraines, excruciating head pressure, and bone pain robbed me of the smile that once graced my face. Along with the shortness of breath, fatigue, and cognitive issues, I'm forced to take my second leave of absence from work in 13 months. I've been denied short-term disability, taken loans from our 401k, withdrawals from life insurance policy, and racked up tens and thousands of dollars in medical bills. Managing my symptoms has affected my ability to be a great mom, wife, and employee. My body is a shell of what it once was, and my mind not far behind. Imagine waking up every day not knowing what your body can or cannot do, and it's all because you thought you were doing the right thing. Per the CDC's website as of yesterday, and I quote, the mRNA from the vaccines is broken down within a few days after the vaccination and discarded from the body, end quote. I have test results showing the spike protein was still present and wreaking havoc in my body 603 days after my last Moderna vaccine, and I've never had COVID. No words can articulate the physical and mental anguish endured in almost 2 years. Yet I'm a fortunate one. I'm alive. I'm fighting my fight along with others far more injured to ensure no more lives are impacted or lost. Please hear us and help us. There should be an extension from 1 year to 3 years to file claims through the CICP. The suppression of data and gaslighting prevents those impacted from finding doctors to listen. In addition, I ask you to immediately stop administering vaccines until further research is completed and the public has true, informed consent. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Angie, thank you so much for sharing your stories. I can understand how difficult it is to share such personal experiences. Our prayers are with you, and thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Carrie O'Neill. Carrie, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie O'Neill, and I have no disclosures. I am not anti-vax. I felt that being vaccinated for COVID-19 was the right thing to do. This said, in order to make an educated choice about receiving a vaccine, every person deserves to know the actual risks. In December 2021, 12 hours after receiving the Moderna booster, I began experiencing severe gastrointestinal issues lasting 2 weeks. 10 days in, while driving, I became tachycardic and dizzy. My head, neck, arms, hands, and body began tingling. My hands were clamping closed, and I was having difficulty breathing. I ended up in the ER with face and arms still tingling, arms jumping involuntarily out of my hospital bed, abnormal echoes and EKGs, and very low blood pressure. I was admitted to the hospital. After much testing over the next 24 hours, I was released with no definitive diagnosis, except that maybe, considering the timeline, I was having a reaction to the booster. I felt horrible, and I knew something wasn't right. This was the first of 5 ER trips, 2 hospital stays, and a cascade of doctor and specialist visits. With symptoms multiplying by the day, it was affirmed I was having a severe reaction to the Moderna booster. I soon had a team of specialists in cardiology, neurology, rheumatology, gastroenterology, hematology, immunology, infectious disease, and POTS, who are all treating patients suffering from COVID vaccine injury. Each are considered top in their field in Los Angeles, California, and their practices span across Cedars-Sinai, UCLA, and St. John's hospitals. They surmise the COVID vaccine can trigger the autonomic nervous system, which can lasso in just about every other system in the body. My symptoms list goes like this: dysautonomia, to include nausea, tachycardia, arrhythmia, pericardial effusion, cardiac edema, chest pain, dizziness, neuropathies, fasciculations, pulsatile and tonal tinnitus, internal jolts and vibrations, adrenaline dumps, a blood clot, low blood pressure, burning eyes, sinus pressure, inappetence, severe pain in my neck, back, torso, hips, legs, joints, bones, and Achilles tendons, and with all of it, anxiety. For 4 months, I was too dizzy to drive and spent the lion's share of my days resting at home. This meant not being able to take my daughter to school or attend her ski races. It meant not being the mom that she was accustomed to. I was blessed to have her father, our friends, and my family to take up this sudden slack. I was accepted into cardiac rehab at Cedars-Sinai, and as a healthy 50-year-old lifelong athlete, now on beta blockers, was eventually able to ride a stationary bike alongside heart surgery patients in their 80s. This therapeutic bodywork, my naturopathic doctor, and the support of several people in the same boat have been godsends in supporting my recovery. I still wake, not knowing what symptoms will be lurking. They continue to come in waves, and while many have waned, several linger and affect my day-to-day living. I worry about what lasting damage has been done to my body. My specialists state the number of people experiencing vaccine side effects is larger than is reported, and symptoms ranging from mild to catastrophic are not rare. COVID vaccine injury symptoms are straightforward, and at this point should raise a bright red flag to doctors in their diagnoses. It is well past time to acknowledge these risks.
Dear Carrie, I'm so sorry to cut off. We need to give other people a chance to speak. Are you ready to conclude your remarks?
Yes. My neurologist believes it is the tincture of time that will allow our bodies to heal from COVID vaccine injuries. 14 months out, I'm hoping she's right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear of all your personal experiences. My prayers with you. Thank you so much for taking time to share with us. The next speaker is Russell Milko. Russell, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Russell Milko. I have no disclosures. As a former manager for a major pharmaceutical company, I represented several drugs, including injectable vaccines. The vaccines I represented took over 20 years to receive FDA approval after double-blind, peer-reviewed studies. The guidelines for approval were very strict and closely monitored to ensure the efficacy and safety of the vaccines. This is what we have come to expect from every single drug that is released for use. None of these protocols have been applied to these gene therapy drugs. Will this committee be willing to look at a new peer-reviewed study that shows 217,000 were killed by the COVID gene therapy products in the first year of use? By definition, as we all know, these products are not vaccines. They are experimental gene therapies. The peer-reviewed article by Mark Skidmore is entitled "The Role of Social Circle, COVID-19 Illness and Vaccination Experiences, an Online Survey of the United States Population." Mr. Skidmore used survey data and ratios of vaccine deaths to COVID-19 deaths that suggest that the number of fatalities of these gene therapy products may be as high as 278,000 people. Nobody wants to talk about it because that's the way science is, and it works, right? Most likely, Mr. Skidmore's paper will be retracted. Did the FDA do any surveys of the population like Mark Skidmore? If they did, we all would like to see the data. Is the FDA not doing any surveys on the population because they are afraid of the results?
Component when used as a primary series of vaccine in young children. So I think the data is pretty reassuring and support this alignment of a primary series and booster vaccine composition. A move to such a single vaccine strain composition for primary and booster vaccination in the U.S. would also align with a recent recommendation from the EMA, the European Medicines Agency Emergency Task Force. Okay, you can go to the next slide. I want to mention the second discussion question we're going to have, and this has to do with a simplified immunization schedule, which could be considered for future vaccination campaigns. A little background first. An immunization schedule for future periodic COVID-19 vaccination campaigns would be simplified if a single dose of vaccine provided substantial additional protection for most individuals regardless of known vaccination status. In other words, no prior vaccination, primary series only, primary series plus 1, 2, or more booster vaccination. I think at some point in the state, most people would agree that at some stage of the pandemic, maybe even now, such an assumption will be reasonable, and a single vaccine dose should suffice for most individuals due to the pre-existing immunity that has been acquired from prior infection, vaccination, or a combination of vaccination and prior infection. A robust review of population-level data should be capable of defining the age groups that would have acquired pre-existing immunity. Similarly, a review of population-level data should be able to define age groups that are effectively naive due to lack of virus exposure and vaccination. For such individuals, for example, young children without evidence of prior infection or vaccination, additional vaccine doses might still be needed to establish the protective immunity before any sort of periodic vaccination. A risk-based analysis should be able to identify other groups for whom an alternative immunization schedule might be needed, like the immunocompromised, and guide the development of an appropriate strategy. The next slide shows a schematic of a proposed simplification of the COVID-19 vaccination regimen. We recognize that additional data needed to pursue a simplified periodic vaccination strategy may be needed. It may include a better understanding of age-based rates of virus exposure and vaccination and identification of risk groups that would benefit from an alternate immunization strategy. But an example of a proposed simplification vaccination strategy is shown in this slide, and we can use this as a starting point for discussion, which we will get to in a few minutes. You saw this earlier in the day, but the general scheme is what I outlined in the previous slide. For most of the population, the general population, which is adults, older children, adolescents, young children who have been immunized, it's likely that a single dose of vaccine would be sufficient because most of these groups are presumed to have had significant S protein exposure such that a single dose of COVID-19 vaccine induces or restores vaccine effectiveness. On the other hand, as I said, we should be able to identify risk-based adjustments for other groups, such as high-risk older adults, persons with compromised immunity, and young children who have not been previously immunized. And again, this will be the starting point for our discussion in a few minutes. The next slide, I want to turn to, I think, the last topic that I'm covering, and that is the process of updating the SARS-CoV-2 strain composition, which we view and feel will be a continuous process. Go to the next slide. Strain composition of COVID-19 vaccines may need periodic updating. Since broad-spectrum variant-proof vaccines do not yet exist, current spike-based vaccines may need periodic updating to maintain effectiveness as SARS-CoV-2 continues to evolve. A tentative framework for addressing future COVID-19 vaccine strain composition was proposed back in April. The committee had a vigorous discussion about this. Since that time and since our June meeting, manufacturers have requested additional details and clarity about the process for updating the strain composition of COVID-19 vaccines. Specifically, they have asked about timing, process, and methodology for making a strain composition recommendation, and the data package needed from manufacturers for authorization or licensure. I'm going to go through each of these in just a little bit more detail. You can start with the timing, which is the next slide. Okay, timing for the vaccine strain composition review and recommendation. There are practical considerations that suggest a limit to how often such a vaccine composition changes can be implemented. And these include manufacturing constraints. It also includes the availability, the timing, and the availability of sufficient high quality data on which to base a recommendation. Based on our 2022 experience, a late spring, early summer annual target for review, VRBPAC discussion, and recommendations seems reasonable and practical. We did hear a few minutes ago that maybe that's not true for all vaccines. So again, that was why we asked each manufacturer to talk about this. But anyway, we threw this out as a placeholder as a possibility for sometime in the late spring. The goal of that meeting, of course, would be to review the current situation, to reassess where we are with current vaccines, how well they're covering, how well they're doing, and decide if improvement is needed and could offer benefit. The object, of course, before anyone says anything, is not to chase variants. None of us think that's realistic, but I think our experience so far with the bivalent vaccines that we have do indicate that we can continue to make improvements to the vaccine. And that would be the goal of these meetings, is to get together, ask ourselves, can we make improvement, and decide what is feasible. Of course, the emergence of a more pathogenic escape virus in the context of a public health emergency would prompt an ad hoc meeting of the VRBPAC. We have done that previously for influenza, for example, in the 2009 pandemic. If that were to happen again, I think we've shown that we can be flexible and we would be prepared to respond as needed if something like that happened. The next slide. This slide, I cover a few details about the proposed process and methodology for making a strain composition recommendation. And again, we've talked about this a little bit at previous meetings. The evidence used to determine the need for updating a strain composition of COVID-19 vaccines would ideally include multiple types and sources of data: epidemiological and clinical surveillance to identify newly emerging, increasing or increasing COVID-19 outbreaks or epidemics, particularly any associated with increased transmissibility and or clinical severity. Data would include virus surveillance, genomic analyses to identify these virus variants, as well as their antigenic characterization to identify antigenically distinct variant viruses. We'd also like to have integration of epidemiology, genomic analysis, and antigenic characterization in order to conduct antigenic mapping and fitness forecasting. We would also like to have post-vaccination human serology studies to evaluate the protective immunity offered by the current vaccines against antigenically distinct circulating virus variants. And I want to come back to this in just a second. And finally, we would hope that when we do these reviews with the VRBPAC, we would have vaccine effectiveness studies to assess the effectiveness of current vaccines against co-circulating emerging variants and to help guide our guidance on the need for updated vaccines. All of this, the data needed to make the recommendation for all vaccines, we need robust data for strain composition, and I think we all think that it requires a coordinated effort of manufacturers, regulatory agencies, and other public health agencies. The reason I stress this is because this is particularly important for the fifth bullet about post-vaccination human serology studies. These are going to be critical that these studies be somehow that we have access to good vaccine sera, and that the studies are done in a systematic, standardized way so that we can evaluate the results to make the best choice for going forward. The next slide. Now I turn to the third thing I wanted to mention, and this is the proposed data package needed from manufacturers for authorization and licensure. I say at the start, this data package is different from the one I just talked about. The previous slide, I talked about the data needed to make a strain recommendation for all vaccines. Here we're talking about the data needed from each manufacturer. Each manufacturer would prepare a comprehensive data package for regulatory review of their updated COVID-19 vaccines that follows the recommendation that the FDA and the advisory committee has just made. That submitted data would include chemistry, manufacturing, and control data for the updated vaccine to ensure product quality and consistency. That data might be different for different vaccines. We would expect that each manufacturer would have some preclinical data to support the effectiveness of updated vaccines. The need for clinical data prior to authorization and approval would be based on several criteria. And so in a sense, this would be done on a case-by-case basis. But that criteria would include the experience of each manufacturer, the genetic and antigenic relatedness of the updated strain component to previous vaccines, as well as some prior demonstration of efficacy with a specific vaccine platform. Regardless of whether we get clinical data, whether we decide clinical data is needed before authorization, it is still needed after authorization. That clinical data post-authorization or approval would be crucial for an ongoing evaluation of the vaccine composition process. Next slide. I have one more. This you saw at the very start of the day. This is a schematic of the sort of things I just talked about. 3 steps. And again, you've already seen this, but basically step 1, we review that data to determine the need. And I outline the type of data we need. The VRBPAC makes a recommendation. Each manufacturer that wants to make an updated vaccine will do so. They'll submit their data package to the FDA containing CMC, non-clinical, as well as get started on the clinical immunogenicity studies they're doing. We would then approve those vaccines for either EUA or approval. And then sometime later in the year, as data rolls out data follows the rollout of those vaccines, we would have real world evidence for their effectiveness, and that data would help us for the next campaign. This could be annually. As I said earlier, circumstances could dictate that it happens some other time. But this would be the general scheme for it. And I think that's the last slide before I have the discussion topics, which you've already seen. And I don't know if you want to go through these now. You saw them earlier in the day or not, but I'll stop here. Well, I can read them. We have one voting question. And that's for, does the committee recommend harmonizing the vaccine strain composition of the primary series and booster doses used in the U.S. to a single composition? And the example we gave was right now, that would mean the composition of all vaccines currently administered would be a bivalent vaccine. We have 2 discussion topics. Next slide. One discussion topic will be about vaccine composition. Please discuss and provide input on the consideration of periodic updates to COVID-19 vaccine strain composition, including the currently authorized or approved vaccines to be available for use in the U.S. In the upcoming 2023 season. And the second discussion question, which is a little more complex, is simplification of vaccine use. Please discuss and provide input on simplifying the immunization schedule to authorize or approve one dose for most adults, adolescents, older children, young children who are previously immunized, and additional doses for higher risk older adults, persons with compromised immunity, and young children who may not have been previously immunized. And that really is the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ware. So I want to say at this point, we have time for just a couple of questions for Dr. Ware, but after a very short break, we're going to have the CDC, FDA, and sponsor presenters come back on. So unless these questions have to be specifically for Dr. Ware, we might want to just hold them to that discussion period, because we really only have about 5 minutes total for talking to Dr. Ware about specific questions. So with that, Dr. Offit.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Ware, for that clear summary. There are a couple things that were said I'd like clarity on. One that surprised me was when you likened the Omicron strain to a shifted virus. I mean, it clearly this is an immune evasive strain, but it's evasive really for protection against mild disease. If you've been vaccinated or naturally infected or both, you generally are protected against severe disease. And that was true ever since Omicron raised its head in Southern Africa and then spread out. I mean, a shifted virus, if we really ever do see a shifted virus, we're starting all over again. And that is not this virus. And we certainly need to be prepared if that ever happened, but that's not this virus. This is really much more analogous to a drifted virus. The second thing is that
I would only argue with you in the sense that up until Omicron, all of the drifting had been 1, 2, 3 amino acids, and then all of a sudden it was 35 different amino acids. It was quite a dramatic change.
Right, but you still, I think, still you had what you still had was a relative you had these conformationally similar epitopes recognized by T cells, and I think that's why. That's why I see it as drifted, not shifted. I mean, the good news is ever since, Wuhan 1 up till XBB.1.5, you still have conserved T cell epitopes at 80 to 85%, which is why we're still protected against severe disease, thank goodness. In any case, second point, which I think is the more important point, because it gets to strain composition, you alluded to the fact that when you look at these bivalent vaccines, you do see an increase in neutralizing antibodies, which one could argue whether those are clinically significant increases and whether we've had studies that clearly show that this is clinically better than what we had. But the thing I'm wondering about, because you have this paper that was mentioned by Dr. Das, that was just published yesterday out of the United Kingdom, and now this paper by Whitaker that was just published in New England Journal of Medicine, that both those studies are looking at sort of these monovalent vaccines against, these Omicron variants, where you're giving 30 or 60 micrograms for Pfizer or, 50 micrograms for Moderna. Do you think that's where we're heading? I mean, do you see us heading, is that what you mean when you talk about improving those vaccines where we wouldn't be then using the ancestral strain anymore? And is there still a reason to use the ancestral strain? And I'll stop. Thank you.
I can give you an opinion, but that's all. First of all, I think this is exactly the sort of thing that we would discuss at the next FERPAC where we talk about a strain composition. I think it would be a debate worth having. In fact, it'll probably be needed. We will need to have it, of whether we should continue something like a bivalent vaccine containing a strain that hasn't existed in 3 years versus trying to tailor it more. I don't know the answer. My gut feeling, my gut doesn't produce the data, but my gut feeling is that a monovalent would have been a little better now than the bivalent. But I think there were reasons why we chose the bivalent, which was pretty good at the time. But the real question is, where are we headed? I don't know. I think we evaluate the data, what we have at the time. We feel like we need to make a new recommendation, and we make the best choice that we can. If that's a bivalent, maybe that's what we do. If it's a monovalent, that's what we do. But I think we just follow the data we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Drew.
Okay, Dr. Levy.
Yes, wanted to thank Dr. Weir for his presentation. One of his slides, and the framework is very logical, and I like to thank FDA for pulling all this together. One of his slides talked about, maybe a single dose would suffice given in the fall. And I think we need, and I know he knows this, but we all need to think, suffice for what? What are the goals of this program? Obviously, we're trying to prevent death, and we're pretty good at that, ICU admission, but are we also targeting mild to moderate disease infection? And of course, this gets back to immunobridging, the antibodies. What are the correlates of protection, which may vary, of course, for each of these endpoints that we're trying to achieve. And then we're talking about infants where the correlate of protection may be distinct. So does FDA plan moving forward to analyze the correlates of protection for the different desirable endpoints in a population-specific way?
Okay. First of all, I think you're right. This is an extremely important topic. You heard a little bit from the NIH presentation from Dr. Beigel. This is something that not just the FDA, but the government is interested in. We would like to have that information. I think everyone would love to have it. I will just counter by saying it is difficult to obtain, and it's probably getting more difficult to obtain those correlative protection data for COVID vaccines at this point. I definitely think everyone will keep trying, and hopefully more information, more data will become available over time. But
Thank
yes,
you.
we're all interested in it.
Certainly with naive hosts, it may be easier. Thank you.
Yes. So, Dr. Chatterjee, do you have something you want to ask Dr. Weir, or should we put it off to the discussion in 10 minutes?
I'd actually like to ask Dr. Weir, if I may, Dr. Pullman.
Okay.
I'll make it quick. I actually have two questions, but I'll ask the first one and see if we have time for the second one. So the first one's actually pretty simple, which is, Dr. Weir, you talked about, the different manufacturers and the timelines and all of that, and them updating the vaccines. What if a manufacturer decided not to update its vaccine? Would the FDA then withdraw the EUA or a licensure of that particular product that they were using, or is that not a topic that has been discussed so far?
It's probably not a topic that I can give you a definitive answer on today. It's not one that we haven't thought about, but we would have to have a serious internal discussion about how to approach that.
Okay, and Dr. Pullman, do you have a moment for my second question?
If it's even faster than your first one.
I'm very fast. This is actually a question/comment, and that is, I would encourage the FDA, if they have not already thought about it, to plan for a full licensure type approach rather than EUAs for these vaccines going forward.
We've definitely thought about it.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we have now is we have a short break. Originally it was for 10 minutes. I wonder if we can do it for less. And while we get the people from the CDC, FDA, and the sponsors back in the room. Suzanne, can we do it for less than 10 minutes, or do we need 10 minutes?
Let's do less than 10 minutes.
Okay, so let's come back in 6 minutes. Okay, welcome back. So at this part of the session, we're going to have folks from the CDC, FDA, and sponsors answer questions that we couldn't get to before. So to start this off, Dr. Rubin.
Thanks, Dr. Pullman. A question for the three presenters from earlier on safety. I really appreciate the fact that they presented data that's somewhat contradictory on the safety related to stroke. And I appreciate it because we should be able to handle those sorts of data. They're real. But I'd love to get their take on the public message. What should someone who is listening in from the public take away on the safety of vaccines relative to ischemic strokes?
Hi, this is Tom Shimabukuro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Thanks.
I mean, I'll just reiterate that CDC continues to recommend that everyone eligible for a COVID-19 mRNA bivalent booster or a flu vaccine get vaccinated. I mean, we detected a statistical signal, and we're in the process of assessing that signal. And I don't think the evidence are not sufficient to conclude that there is a safety problem with respect to stroke, and the CDC recommendations are that everyone who's eligible get a bivalent booster, and we'll continue to do more work on this, and also, as Dr. Forshee mentioned, additional more formal epidemiologic investigations, and we'll continue to we will make information available as it becomes known to us.
And this is Rich Forshee. I'd just add a little bit to what Tom had to say. I think the public should know that we have multiple systems in place to try to look for any potential safety signals with the vaccines. And we really treat it as a system where we have these early warning systems to try to know if there's some hint that we need to further evaluate. And then we move on to do more rigorous testing afterwards. So with the multiple systems in place, it is not at all surprising that we sometimes get signals in one system, but not in another. And we then need to do the hard work of evaluating it more rigorously. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up to Dr. Forshee's comment and just reinforce what Dr. Forshee mentioned. I mean, our systems are designed to be sensitive to broadly capture potential safety concerns and to be able to rapidly assess those concerns. And I think what you heard this morning with the CDC and VSD presentation and the FDA presentation and the thoroughness in which these findings are being assessed demonstrates that the safety system works. And you basically saw that process in action working. And I think the public and the medical community should be confident that the government has the systems in place to rapidly detect potential safety problems and assess them. And we place a priority on communicating in a timely and transparent manner.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gantz?
Thank you so much. The question I had for I have different questions for different people. I'm not sure how to handle that, but my question for the safety people is I do think that you very well articulated the current VSD and the rapid cycle, and all that is very encouraging and is really robust. I guess the question that I would have is how overall are we also handling some other potential ways in which these vaccines are impacting our population? So obviously we heard some reports and there's some data out there. So how are we tracking, for instance, potential autoimmune and other of those entities that maybe aren't amenable to the rapid cycle? That's my question for the safety people. Do I just get back in line for the vaccine groups, or how do you want to handle that? Or should I throw it out there and they can answer it?
Why don't you throw it out there now?
Okay. So my question for the Novavax group is there going to be PEDS data that is going to be looked at, and then will that be available to us? Because I think what I heard mostly was non-pediatric data. And then from all the groups, I would love to know about a bank of, as we saw in one of them, I think it was Moderna, a bank of preclinical data that maybe doesn't include the ancestral strain, so we can start to answer that question in these other strains. And if they're going to have more broadly immune studies, as we've heard asked for, and we know they're difficult to do, but we really do need them, which would include B, T, and mucosal immunity.
So would you like me to address the first question? This is okay.
Yes.
So you're correct that in our vaccine safety data link rapid cycle analysis, our outcomes are pre-specified. We have in our vaccine adverse event reporting system, or VAERS, we do not pre-specify outcomes. That is a spontaneous reporting system, and anyone can report, a patient, a parent, a healthcare provider, and we accept all those reports without judging the clinical seriousness or how plausible the adverse event may be with respect to causation. So we do have other systems to monitor outcomes beyond the rapid cycle analysis outcomes that were presented earlier today. At CDC, we also have a group called the Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment Project, which does detailed clinical case consultations at the request of healthcare providers. So we take vaccine safety very seriously. With respect to reports of people experiencing debilitating illnesses, we are aware of these reports of people experiencing long-lasting health problems following COVID vaccination. In some cases, the clinical presentation of people suffering these health problems is variable, and no specific medical cause for the symptoms have been found. We understand that illness is disruptive and stressful, especially under those circumstances, and we acknowledge these health problems have substantially impacted the quality of life for people and have also affected those around them. And we hope for improvement and recovery. And we will continue to monitor the safety of these vaccines and work with partners to try to better understand these types of adverse events.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dubovsky, do you want to take the second part of that question?
Sure. Yeah, right. So in the US, we're authorized for an age group of 12 and above. We're currently in the midst of our pediatric development. We're vaccinating down to children as young as 2 years of age currently in the US, with the plan to escalate down to 6 months of age after we hit the safety cohorts. I should say that there's a pre-publication available on medRxiv, our partners at Serum Institute of India, where they're publishing data for their pediatric study. And in India, the vaccine's authorized above 7 years of age.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Pergam?
You know, if I could, I can take the library question. You know, we showed our library of variant vaccines, which we add to every month based on our ongoing viral surveillance and risk assessment. And this allows us to be prepared for future strain selections. We, of course, also remain vigilant to be prepared to respond to an off-cycle strain selection for an immune evasive event. Last year, we produced the BA.4/5 bivalent vaccine in 90 days, and that timeline is aligned with FDA's proposal. And we welcome continued conversations with FDA, this committee, and the CDC about future strain selection.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pergam?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Perlman. This is sort of a follow-up on Dr. Gantz's question. A little bit about the pediatric population. It feels like we're getting to a space where there is either people that are have received a number, at least a series of vaccines, or have been infected by at least one strain of COVID at some point. But the pediatric population still remains different, especially the very young. And I'm curious, from the FDA's perspective, if we are to switch to a new strain or a new vaccine, a bivalent as the primary vaccine series, is there going to be an effort to do initial studies looking at these vaccine strains or these vaccines and their efficacy in terms of primary vaccine series, is what we saw a little bit, I think, with some of the Moderna data. And then as a second question, there's been a lot of discussion about the general population, but I'm curious how the FDA is going to be approaching immunosuppressed populations, particularly since the series and the number of vaccines given has been varied over the past few years. And so I'm curious how they're going to address that particular population in as we move forward with these new vaccine recommendations. Thank you.
Dr. Forshee, I think that's yours.
So I would actually hope that some of my colleagues from OVRR might be able to contribute to this as well. Is Dr. Weir available to talk a little bit about
this is Peter Marks. Hey, thanks very much. So I think we recognize that for the immunocompromised, and this is, I think, one of the things we need to discuss today. We've had we've had multiple vaccines, and for the mRNA regimens right now, it's been an extra vaccine as part of the primary series, and whether that translates into 2 vaccines per year or what it would for an initial vaccination. I think that's something that we'd like to have a discussion of and use the best available data that we have. Part of this is too, right? The immunocompromised are a real spectrum, because the modest immunocompromise of a diabetic compared to the tremendous immunocompromise of somebody who's received CD20 depleting therapies, there's real spectrum here that we're dealing with. Over.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Berger?
Hi, thanks, Dr. Perlman. This is actually a holdover from this morning when Dr. Scobie gave her presentation on epidemiology, what's going on currently. I really appreciated the information on hospitalization rates and other impacts. And I was wondering if there were any granularity that the CDC has been collecting, for instance, on length of stay or at least severity after hospitalization from this. I think one of the purposes here that I think we're hoping the vaccines can do is not keep the healthcare system from being overwhelmed and ensure that capacity remains where it's needed. So it's just a real question about what kind of granularity might be available on hospitalization rates at the moment.
I'm afraid Dr. Scobie wasn't able to make it. This is Dr. Jones. So for our hospitalization data, we do have platforms such as COVIDnet that do include length of stay and therapies given, ICU admission, oxygen, etc. And we are able to have and will continue to publish on that data. For post-hospitalization, those would require different platforms. We have a number of platforms more looking specifically at post-COVID conditions, which is perhaps a little bit different than what you're talking about. So I think there may be, which is something we haven't talked about a lot today, but that would be one of the main focuses we're looking at. Hopefully that answers your question. Happy to clarify.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Gillen?
Can you hear me? My camera's not working. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Two questions, one for CDC, one for FDA. I think that the CDC is about timing. When in the calendar do we want to have, on a population basis, optimal protection? Again, this is the seasonality question. And then with that then begs the question of when vaccines should be available, when vaccination should commence, and incorporating waning. And then for the FDA about composition, the CDC data about the diversity of variants around the country is really quite revealing, and we didn't see anything about the rest of the world. And I guess that begs the question of, we've seen in the background documents about coordination with WHO. This has all been a U.S., maybe Northern Hemisphere conversations. How is this going to happen with the rest of the world? Thanks.
Apologies, I'm not sure who you want to answer the question, but addressed to CDC about seasonality. We have generally seen peaks during the winter months, but there's certainly been interseasonal peaks as well. And I think additional data will be needed to be, additional seasons will be needed. But I agree with FDA's approach of fall campaigns to be in anticipation of maximum protection against both severe disease and infection during expected peak months during those winter months.
Have you wound back the clock and said, had you had this in place with a June selection in the past 2 years with a September availability, how that would have played out? And is that the right, what's that look like?
So is the question of how many additional, perhaps hospitals?
So the question is, if this policy was in place 3 years ago, June selection, September vaccine availability, if you look at what was available, you took a snapshot in June and that vaccine showed up in September, how would that have worked for the fall and winter that followed?
It would be likely take a fairly complex model to really plan that out as far as, say, largely alpha and some delta into a winter with delta and then Omicron, and how vaccines focused on those antigens may or may not have had improved protection over the initial vaccine, and the same for the following year. I think it's a fairly interesting and complicated question. That we'd assume there'd be some improvement, but it's hard to anticipate exactly how much that would be.
This is Peter Marks. From the FDA perspective, I think that we're starting to see some seasonality as was just now noted by Dr. Jones, and I think we also see the potential advantages to the winter seasonality with a fall campaign, because when do we have to worry about the worst overwhelming of the hospitals? It will be when we have influenza, RSV, and potentially COVID at the same time. And the advantage of this also is that if we can see influenza vaccine and the COVID-19 vaccines occurring at the same visit, again, it facilitates a vaccination program that may lead to more people getting vaccinated and being protected and reducing the amount of disease we see. So I think that the overall, this seems like a reasonable way to go. I'll let Jerry Weir comment as well, but we're very much of the mind that we would like to work with our global partners, including WHO and other regulatory agencies, to make sure we're well coordinated here. It's just a matter that not every regulatory agency and WHO are not perhaps at the same place right at this very moment. But ultimately, we totally understand the need to have global surveillance, global coverage of these variants, and ultimately good coordination with all of our partners.
Yeah, this is Jerry. I think you pretty much covered it, Peter. One thing I will add is that the WHO does have a group that monitors variants and at least occasionally makes recommendations. They don't have a set schedule for when they do this. About 6 months ago, they did invite us to join that, and I think that, and we enthusiastically accept it, although it's still in the works for it to happen. But we will clearly participate in that if we can work it out. You're right, though, that unlike flu, the global distribution of variants is more variable. And that's one reason I mentioned in my slides, I like that website that's called Covariance, because you can click on every country and you can actually see in real time how this differs. So going forward, it is still challenging. Variants don't sweep across the world quite uniform like they seem to with influenza. But yes, we'll continue to work with our partners throughout the world as best we can, but our primary responsibility is what's best for the U.S. market, and that's where our focus will be. Over.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make one comment. We have a lot of questions. I'm not going to cut them off, but if questions or comments, and they haven't been, but if there are going to be comments, can we just save them for the next section? Because we're going to run out of time. So, Dr. Nelson.
Thank you. I've got two questions. One is an extension of the last one regarding seasonality. So I appreciate the question from Dr. Gillen and Dr. Marks's remarks. I too had designed or hoped that we could design the release of the vaccine along with the influenza vaccine. But I noted from the data presented this morning and previously that there is some seasonality. Yes, the predictable winter peak, but there also seems to be a late summer mini surge as well, if you will. My question to the CDC is, are these two peaks distinct, or are they somehow connected, and that perhaps targeting even the earlier peak may have some benefit in lowering the magnitude or severity of that second winter peak, which might make timing of release along with the influenza vaccine a little more challenging? And I'll ask my second question after the response.
I think it's a little bit too early to really predict with certainty if there will continue to be a big peak and a small peak. Compared to other pathogens, it's been a relatively recent, just a couple, 2-3 years of data that we have to observe. As far as specifically is transmission from the smaller peak related to the greater peak, recency of infection does affect your ability to be protected from infection and therefore transmission. We do have transmission modeling teams that are working on various questions, and that's an interesting one for us to look at.
Great. Thank you very much. Second question is regarding safety. So again, congratulations to the team for your aggressive approach in using multiple systems to identify signals and really providing some reassuring safety data for the vaccines that have been released to the public. My question is regarding some of those rare adverse events, one of my areas of interest. Can we also reassure the public and this committee, if you will, that there are mechanisms in place that look at not only signals across the entire population, but identifying more rare adverse events and whether there are subpopulations with enhanced risk that we might be able to identify and perhaps better shape recommendations for vaccinations? Over.
I think I can make a general comment that, in our VAERS system, we do monitor again for all adverse events, and we do attempt to, at least for serious adverse events, we attempt to follow up and get additional medical records and information which may shed light on the condition of these of the individuals experiencing the adverse event. if there were particular concerns in subgroups, I think ultimately we would probably have to do epi studies to look in those specific subgroups. But in our monitoring for serious rare adverse events, we do attempt to get as much clinical information as possible to assess comorbidities and existing conditions.
And I would just add that we do have a good bit of experience working with some very rare adverse events in our vaccine safety monitoring. In our flu safety surveillance, for example, we regularly monitor Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is a very rare outcome. And so we've been able to detect risks below 1 in 100,000 in terms of attributable risk. So because of the size of some of the systems that we use, we are able to accurately estimate what the risks are for low risks or for subpopulations. And we have examples with previous vaccines where we've demonstrated that capability. And a lot of this has been done in conjunction with the CDC.
Yeah, I appreciate.
Let me just quickly follow up. I had mentioned previously our clinical immunization safety assessment network. So that's a collaboration between CDC and academic medical centers and medical research centers, and with access to specialists and subspecialists, where if we do get at the individual level, we do get a report of an adverse event in a patient with a comorbidity or an existing condition, we do have the ability to do in-depth clinical reviews of those cases and get feedback from our specialists.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the great work of the CISA and its origins in my former position of the Department of Defense. And I think it highlights the communication problem that we've had, and that we're great at identifying the absence of big signals and not really fortifying that with, yes, we continue to look for those rare signals. And yes, individual events occur, but not to the point where at which there needs to be a change in recommendation. So thank you all for your great work.
Okay, so at this point, can people try to have just a single question because we're really running out of time? Dr. Bernstein.
Sure. I had two questions, but I'll stick to one that, as you said, and maybe ask the other later. So, there's been a lot of emphasis on neutralizing antibodies, but personally, I think more T-cell data would be incredibly helpful. And that being said, is it known what the ideal amount of antigenic content and from which strains are needed for durable T-cell memory by age? Because we're talking about, it's been mentioned about even having a bivalent vaccine for the primary series, especially in young children. And I certainly would not want to, I would still want to maintain the T-cell memory with whatever vaccine plan we put in place.
This is Jerry. You were breaking up a little bit, but I think I got all of it. The short answer is, that's all right. The short answer is no, it's not known. And one other thing everyone needs to keep in mind is a T-cell response is a broad term. I don't even think we know whether the T-cell response is a CD4 T-cell response, a CD8 response. There's even, I'm just saying there's a lot that's unknown, but how much of that would contribute to protection and how it contributes to protection, I think there's just so many unknowns still, unfortunately.
I do think it's making a difference, though. I think it's what is preventing people from.
Nobody argues that. Nobody argues that. I think we all agree that it's important. The real question is, what is its relative role, and how do you measure it if you really want to know how it contributes, especially to something like severe disease versus symptomatic, that sort of thing. It's just really hard to know at this point in time.
Dr. Cohen, yeah, I need to.
Thanks. I had a related question.
Well, we need to keep going.
Okay. I'll stop. I have another one for later.
Yeah, we'll have discussion time. Dr. Cohen?
I have one question for the companies specifically. I was wondering if you guys could talk a little bit more about immunization in very young children, and if you guys are planning or thinking about doing anything like different schedules and different lengths between doses to align more in the long term with our routine immunization schedule, or if there would be an advantage of having some better spacing between the doses to allow for better T-cell responses.
Yes, maybe I'll take it first. So we do have a study called Baby Cove. It is going to be, it started enrolling and we're dose ranging right now. It's in infants 3 to 5 months of age. And we are using that 8-week interval to try to align with a kind of a routine pediatric vaccinations schedule. And so we're going to select a dose and then we'll get into the placebo-controlled part of the study.
Are we on?
Right. So,
yes. Okay, great. So we are also evaluating in children 6 months to less than 5 years of age, both the current dose regimen for the 3 microgram bivalent vaccine, but also extended intervals. You know, we started at the early days of the pandemic with that original schedule. So we're further studying the longer intervals to see if there's any impact on the immunity as well.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Reingold?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? So quick question in terms of what the package is that companies will be required to submit. You know, in the real world, telling people like me that need to come in on separate dates for their flu shot and their COVID shot is certainly not going to improve coverage. And so are you going to require data about, I don't care if you use the word co-administration, concurrent administration, concomitant administration, but administration of the 2 vaccines on the same day? Thanks.
This is Jerry again. That is probably not something that we would put in a package for an authorization or an approval of a strain change supplement. We certainly don't do it for influenza. On the other hand, those type of studies do get done at some point. I guess I would have to say we'll discuss it further about what type of studies like that would be needed from manufacturers if this becomes a major issue. I don't know if Dr. Marks or somebody else wants to add into this.
So this is Peter Marks. I just want to I would just add that we will be doing formal epidemiologic studies on co-administration of influenza vaccine with the COVID-19 vaccines in large databases. I think we'll have real-world evidence. We may also have some companies that are studying these together. And I think point very, very well taken that I think as we move into the next fall, ideally, again, given that we're a little bit lackluster in our ability to get even the adult population vaccinated with boosters this fall, that even the older adult population, that being able to have the data so that we can do concomitant flu and COVID vaccination may be very helpful. So we'll take that back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Meissner.
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. And I've selected the most important question because several of them have built up here. And I'd like to respond to Dr. Beigel's presentation, which was, I thought, very helpful, and as well as his presentation at the NIH symposium a week or 2 ago. So, and I'm not sure if he's still on, but I will present the question. Do we really want to stop asymptomatic infections by SARS-CoV-2? first of all, I don't think that's a reasonable objective, at least with the current generation of messenger RNA vaccines. And you can certainly make the argument that an asymptomatic infection is desirable because it will stimulate both cellular and humoral immunity. It will kind of act like its own boost. So to me, we certainly want to stop the virus from circulating, but that's probably not going to be possible because the vaccine, as clever as it is always going to mutate and evolve and at least indefinitely find ways of avoiding the immunity that humans build up. So do you really think that should be an objective of the vaccines? Over.
Yes, I think that's a great question for the discussion. But John, if you want to say something briefly to answer that.
Well, I was just going to say it's probably more than a discussion, more than we can accomplish today. Certainly, decreasing the overall community load. If you decrease asymptomatic infection, you decrease transmission, you can decrease that community load. I think that is the intent. There are some, at least theoretical benefits, as you've articulated, and I think how you balance those just requires a larger discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
Yes, I wanted to follow up a little bit on this question of giving the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine at the same time. While I recognize that will probably increase adherence or uptake, one of the things that struck me, maybe something CDC can address this, is when I looked at the stroke data, I was sort of left with a question. I know most of the people, I think, got the COVID vaccine probably in close proximity temporally to the flu vaccine, but is there any reason to believe that spreading those out temporally might reduce the stroke risk? Thank you.
So the findings that were presented this morning on concomitant bivalent and flu vaccine were actually a post hoc supplemental analysis that was part of the original signal detection. There may be other reasons besides vaccination while we're for observing those findings, like unmeasured confounding or bias or other potential health systems issues. So I don't think that the evidence are sufficient to conclude that there's an association there. And given that, I think talking about spacing out the vaccines may be a bit premature at this time. And I'll just reinforce that CDC's recommendations for COVID vaccination and for flu vaccination have not changed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would just quickly agree with Dr. Shimabukuro. We are going to be doing a more formal epidemiological study in Medicare to explore that question, to just get a better understanding of whether there is any interaction there.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kim?
Well, thank you, Dr. Berman. Most of the discussions we've had today have revolved around the messenger RNA vaccine. But we did have the Novavax also present. And I have a question for Novavax and a question for FDA. FDA, what's the position, FDA's position, and also this position on the Novavax's protein subunit vaccine, and for Novavax, what is your current position on how your vaccine can be used in the context of today's discussion?
Right. So maybe I'll jump in first. I mean, we are approved in the U.S. for primary series as well as for boosting. Right now, there's no more individuals who need primary series, at least most are talking about young children. So we think we're going to be an important tool for boosting in this upcoming season. And that's how we think we should be used. And we think that there's data I showed you today actually supports use of our vaccine as a booster, just because of the breadth of the immune response we induce. And we will be getting future variants from whatever strain is selected. We can't chase the strains. So in our opinion, it's better to use a vaccine that can induce these broad responses against the variants that will eventually emerge.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to address it from the FDA side?
This is Jerry. I thought Dr. Kim just asked what our position was on Novavax. Did I miss part of the question?
What are your thoughts, considerations for the Novavax's protein subunit vaccine in the context of what we're talking about in terms of primary series and booster?
Well, we have already authorized, as you just heard, we've authorized Novavax for emergency use. So I guess that's our position. You heard today they say they are able to, if a recommendation comes from this committee to update and change the vaccine, they said they are able and willing to do that. So I guess that's our position, that they would do that if the committee makes a new recommendation. So I'm not sure what else to tell you, except that we've authorized them, and that's where we are today.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sawyer?
Yeah, I have a question for the manufacturers. It relates to the timing of strain selection and the distribution of a new product. And the specific question is, if each of the manufacturers could let us know if they're headed towards single-dose vial distribution or single-dose distribution. This is going to be particularly important as we move from government-funded vaccine to privately purchased vaccine. In my community, most pediatricians only offer the vaccine on a few specific days of the week or times of the day so that they don't waste product by opening a 10-dose vial and not having enough patients to use that. And that's despite advice that it's okay to do. But it certainly will not happen if the pediatricians have to purchase vaccine and then use up a vial on the same day that it's opened. We heard, at least one of the manufacturers has gotten to 2-dose vials, I think. I'm wondering what the future plans are and whether the 100-day timeline projected for mRNA from strain selection to product delivery would hold up if we needed single-dose vials.
So could each of the manufacturers very briefly answer that question?
Sure, I can take it first. From Moderna, we certainly hear you, and we are moving towards single-dose vials and pre-filled syringes just to facilitate just that. And we do think we can achieve that in the timeline outlined.
Okay. Pfizer?
Maybe I'll take it next. So Dr. Swanson here. So similarly, we'll be transitioning from the multi-dose vial to the single-dose vial going forward and can support that with the future vaccine updates.
Thank you. Dr. Dubovsky, do you?
Yeah, it's a similar situation. We're heading toward a unidose vial, and we're aiming to get to a pre-filled syringe shortly after that.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you. Dr. McGinnis?
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I have this comment that I'm going to restrict to this particular phase of things. So I guess this is directed for Jerry. So Jerry, I think we kind of move into this discussion that, can you see me? That COVID is kind of like flu, but actually COVID isn't like flu in many ways, except it's waves, and we tend to try to treat it like flu, and we think we can have a periodicity of the response, but actually bringing into operationalize how you might do that is actually the challenge. So I see the suggestion that maybe by June is the good time to do, and it may be a perfectly fine time. but it seems to leave a very short time for manufacturers who manufacture both vaccines in order to get both of them on the dock. So I'm sort of very, very sympathetic, by the way. I don't have to operationalize this, but COVID is not flu as an infection or a disease. So I'm wondering how you see being able to build in an operationalized periodicity versus the need to have a decision and move, and how much flexibility the manufacturers have. So I'm sorry, that's a difficult question.
Yeah, it's well, to start off, one of the reasons we asked the manufacturers to come to this meeting was to tell us how much time they need. So actually, I heard something today that I hadn't heard before today, and that was exactly how much time a protein-based manufacturer would need. We may have to go back and rethink this as far as the timing. As I said earlier, I put this out there as a placeholder. We would say we had an N of 1 this past year. We did it in June. It seemed to work okay. But, I think, Dr. McGinnis, we're all just going to have to maintain flexibility. Yep. You're right. There's not a good pattern yet. There's hints of pattern. Right. And I think we'll just do that. We will look at this and we'll try to be flexible. We'll try to work with manufacturers to keep and get as many manufacturers on the market as we can, because you and I have been through flu for I don't know how many years. I mean, having options is important, and you never know which one you're going to need. So we'll continue to do this. I think, we'll be flexible and we'll work with them as best we can.
Thank you, Jerry. It's not flu, though. We agree, right?
So I'm the first one to say you can take some lessons from it, but no, it's going to be different. There are different viruses.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chatterjee?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Perlman. My question is for the vaccine manufacturers. So during the open public hearing, we heard about a combination influenza COVID-19 vaccine product that's been evaluated by a company. And I was just curious to hear from you all whether you are developing this type of product as well, and where you are in the development phase for those.
Maybe I'll start. This is Dr. Swanson from Pfizer. So we have initiated studies to evaluate the combination of flu, COVID vaccines, and are in early studies for that. And as with all of our prior clinical studies, robust safety assessments are part of that trial as well.
Thank you.
And this is Rita Das from Moderna, and we have initiated a phase 1 trial for combination COVID and flu vaccines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Earlier this year, we announced data from our initial studies for a combination product as well, and we just started a phase 2 study for combination influenza, a quadrivalent plus COVID, and we're anticipating that data is going to be available kind of mid-year to make a go/no-go decision on how to go forward.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we're going to stop this part of the meeting and go into discussion. So do we have, so I'm not sure, do the sponsors and CDC and FDA stay on the line for this, or how do we work this?
We do stay on the line, and that allows and this will allow the committee members, if need be, to ask additional questions, although that's not the primary purpose. So I think we can get the questions up here. I'll turn it over to Dr. Kaslow.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so let's go ahead and put the first voting question up, or the voting question up. So the voting question is does the committee recommend harmonizing the vaccine strain composition of primary series and booster doses in the United States to a single composition? For example, the composition for all vaccines administered currently would be a bivalent vaccine, original plus Omicron BA4, BA5.
Okay, so we will discuss this voting question for the next hour or so, and we'll hopefully answer all the questions.
I guess, Dr. Perlman, I think maybe it's probably easiest to take these questions in succession and start with the voting question and then go to the discussion questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I was planning to do, and then we'll read the discussion questions in about an hour and hopefully spend the last hour on that. We will probably go over our 5:30 deadline and go up to possibly 6 o'clock if we need the time. If we don't, that's fine too. So Dr. Meisner?
Yes. Thank you. I had a question for on the last session. I was, because the risk of stroke seemed to be associated with adjuvanted or high dose influenza, and I wanted to ask how the manufacturers are going to address that issue. But since we're in the next session, I think this proposal by Dr. Weir is reasonable. I think that certainly the vaccine strains should be harmonized among the different manufacturers, but the issue of how frequently they should be administered is hard to say with precision at this particular point. I think we need to see what happens with disease burdens. That is, we may or may not need annual vaccination. It's just awfully early, it seems to me, in this process to answer that question. And the last point I want to make is people spoke a lot about correlates of immunity in deciding on how well or how effective the vaccines are. And as has been pointed out several times, it's very hard to disentangle humoral immunity from T cells, from natural killer cells, from FC effector functions of antibodies. So I'm not sure that serology is the only issue. I think we really need to look at rates of disease, and I think it's important for the CDC to continue to provide evidence regarding deaths and hospitalizations that are truly caused by COVID-19 rather than just associated with hospitalization. So I would be careful about placing too much emphasis on serology. Over.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Bernstein?
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks. So I believe we still need to vaccinate the unvaccinated. And so anything that results in better public communication would be extremely valuable. That being said, and this has been brought up by others in the course of the day, is how should outcome expectations be prioritized for the COVID vaccine program in making these kinds of decisions? Realistically, I don't think we can have it all. Less infection, less transmission, less severe disease, and less long COVID. And that seems to be a major challenge for public messaging. So I was wondering how we prioritize for the program.
Yeah. So one thing is this. This sounds like it's an important point. This part of the session, I think we should concentrate on the vaccine composition. I don't know if is your comment relevant for that?
Well, I think, if we were going to, I'm not clear that using a bivalent in the younger pediatric age group makes the most sense. But we can talk about it later if you don't think it's relevant.
No, I don't. It's hard for me to know. Dr. Offit?
Right, thank you. So I certainly support this, would support this. And the reason I would support it is I do think it's important to get closer to the strains that are circulating for certain groups. So I mean, right now BA4 is gone. BA5 probably represents less than 5% of what's circulating, but certainly a lot closer than Wuhan is. And I think for the goal is to keep people out of the hospital. That's the goal, to not overwhelm hospitals. And I think for some people who are so medically frail that a mild infection could land them in the hospital. So I think it is important to try and get closer to the strains that are circulating. I agree with that. I also think that when we talk about those high-risk groups, whether it's people who have multiple comorbidities or people who are elderly or people who are immune compromised, there are a number of those people who aren't going to make a good immune response. I mean, I just had my 94-year-old mother receive a booster dose. I think she's probably not making a very good immune response. And I do think we should always make the point about giving antivirals, and hopefully there's an oral form of remdesivir that's around the corner. That'll be good. And then the second issue is protecting against severe disease for just the general population. I think we already have that vaccine in the Wuhan 1 strain, and so any of those would work because again, I think T cells are important, and there are a number of researchers like Jerry Ware and Alessandro Setti and Daniela Weisskopf at Scripps and John Weary at our place at Penn, who I think have made it fairly clear that there's a role for T cells in that. And there it's like win-win, which is, so there, that does not fit the flu model for me. So vaccinating everybody every year, as distinct from flu, where you really do need to be strain specific. I mean, when we miss, and we've missed on H3N2, a miss is a mile. And if we miss with the vaccine strain and people get the vaccine and it doesn't match the circulating strain, you have pretty much no protection. Whereas that's not true with this virus. As Dr. McGinnis said, I mean, this isn't flu, and you do still have protection against severe disease. So I think we need to define what we want from this vaccine, but I certainly support this voting question the way it's written. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sawyer?
I too support this idea of harmonizing the composition. The voting question doesn't include a time frame. I do have some anxiety about the amount of data in under 2-year-olds with a primary series with the bivalent doses. It sounded like Pfizer had 90 patients and Moderna presented a little data on a similarly small number. So I guess my question is for FDA, how much data do we need to recommend a bivalent primary series for young children?
Does someone from the FDA want to address that?
Sorry about that delay. So thanks for that question. I think we'll be looking at the totality of the data that we have. Some of the data from the mRNA vaccine is mutually reinforcing in terms of helping us in terms of numbers. We agree that the numbers right now are small. Hopefully, as additional data come in, we will have a larger data set in this age range. I think that the reassuring thing, though, has been the safety that we have, the safety profile that we have seen with the bivalent boosters. It mirrors very well the original vaccine in this age range. So. Again, this is like a lot of the questions we've had today. The answer is we will need more data. We obviously care about the safety first and foremost in this age range. But I think ultimately the overall thought here is that getting towards one vaccine composition for everyone will ultimately be much more helpful. And it also avoids exposing the youngest children to antigens that don't really exist in the real world anymore.
Thanks.
Dr. Berger?
Hi, thanks. Obviously, overall, I think I agree completely with Dr. Offit here. I think our job here is really to protect against severe disease. And, I think what we heard this morning was 16 times lower risk of hospitalization, 13 times lower risk of death when you're comparing to unvaccinated. It really makes a difference if you can actually have a strain that's matched to the currently circulating, strains themselves. And what we're trying to do is really offer that best protection possible. And I think it makes sense to, simplify this process, have a single composition. I do think that there are questions still that remain unanswered, such as dosage amounts, especially in the pediatric populations, as we were just discussing. I'm supportive of the question itself. I think the only thing that I kind of wish it stopped at that single composition and didn't give for example. I understand that's the current composition would be this bivalent version, but we already know that those strains are actually circulating out. So I think there are still questions about whether the original strain, the Wuhan strain, would need to be included in that. Certainly BA4 and BA5 are questions whether we should be switching over to different ones at this point. I think all that remains to be said or to be determined. But overall, I think movement towards a single composition makes sense to simplify this process. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Dr. McGinnis?
I had originally 4 questions. One I've already addressed to Jerry. So I'm moving to number 3. And I think our challenge here is, have the bivalent boosters added any data to the monovalent? I think that's sort of something that we have failed to articulate. Obviously, BA5 is closer to Wuhan. So where is all this noise coming from? So I think we don't have randomized comparisons to demonstrate protection against severe disease. And I think it's a really problematic message for the community. I am not a public health vaccine person. But, I give the little example of 2 adult children who are both musicians, 4 vaccines. They move to Nashville. They go out one night and they get 3 days later, they're symptomatic. So and they were pretty sick. And one of those was a bivalent booster. So all I can say to them is, well, imagine how sick you would have got if you hadn't had these vaccines. And that's not a great message to try to deliver. So I believe we should move from what was the circulating strain to a more contemporary strain, but you may still get reinfected. So I think that is a real challenge. And the messages that you would have gotten more sick and landed in the hospital, it resonates with me, but I'm not sure it resonates with the recipients of the disease. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gantz?
Thanks so much. I think part of the issue that people are having with this is vaccine composition. That's a big issue that everyone has raised, multiple issues related, and I think will be dealt with in the questions and how we pick which particular strain would be in an upcoming vaccine. I think this question really should be vaccine harmonization. And in that, I think there's a lot of agreement that what we need to do here is really think about how we're moving until we get to that next stage. So what are we doing for the primary would be the same as what we're recommending for the booster. And I completely agree with that. And I do think it is important for us to realize that, everyone talks about death and severe disease. I mean, maybe this can be included in severe disease as the primary outcomes, but I have to tell you, we're seeing more and more children with co-infections, with COVID plus COVID, and they're definitely more severe than if they had either or. And so I do think the protection is broader than what people are identifying as the only marker. There is definitely disease that is happening as a result of infection with these viruses, and particularly in our youngest children. And so I agree that we have to get closest to what is circulating. The ones we have right now are the examples that have been laid out here. And so I would support this. And I just think we're confusing people by saying composition and not harmonization. And then therefore we can move on to the next discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Wharton.
Yes, thank you. I am supportive of this question. I do think there's some data gaps that it will be good to get more information on. I'm glad that there's more information expected about optimal dosage for children. And there's some questions about different dosages for, say, the primary series and booster for the Moderna vaccine for adults. There's some unanswered questions and some things to work out, but I think this is absolutely the right thing to do for the program. It will make things simpler. And I know how we ended up this way, but I think this is a good decision to make, and I'm supportive of it.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cohn?
Thank you. I'll just echo what Dr. Wharton just said. I think this is a very good decision to move forward with this from a programmatic perspective and from an implementation perspective. I would be remiss to not acknowledge that the most concerning data point that I saw this whole day was that extremely low vaccination coverage in 6 months to 2 years of age, and also 2 years to 4 years of age. So we have to do much, much better, and anything we can do from a simplification perspective, from an optimization of those doses in the future. We're just going to have more kids aging into this age group and needing to be vaccinated, and we really just have to focus on getting those kids vaccinated.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Hawkins?
Yes, thank you. So I support this approach. I think vaccine effectiveness is confirmed, vaccine safety is confirmed, notwithstanding discussions about pericarditis, myocarditis, and the need for not so common things that occur. The average U.S. consumer, vaccinated or not, has accepted COVID-19 is going to be with us for a while. Most, I believe, are hopeful that science will positively affect the trajectory of this condition, and they want us to be successful. Many consumers are accepting of the annual influenza vaccine. I think they'll have a variability in multiple vaccine administrations, such as multiple COVID boosters, might lead to more vaccine hesitancy, vaccine fatigue, and or concern about FDA reliability, CDC reliability. I'm not a researcher, but finally, I would reemphasize previous comments about the need for processes and protocols to fill the knowledge gap to help us make better decisions about next steps.
Thank you. Dr. Gelin?
Oh, my camera's still not working. Thanks. So we can't keep doing what we're doing. So we have to move on. It's been articulated in every one of these meetings that despite how good these vaccines are, we need better vaccines. And thank you, John, for a great presentation about some of that pathway to get there. I think this is a reasonable approach. This is not, we have to keep reminding ourselves this is not influenza, and we need to keep paying attention to that to make sure that we don't just follow that dogma because we're used to doing it. And that as we move in, we'll try this time. I don't think we're setting it in stone, and we'll see how it goes. We may need to adjust along the way, but overall, I think this is a good path forward.
Okay, thank you. Dr. McGinnis?
Dan, are you going to have discussion after the vote or all the discussion before?
No, we're going to have the vote, then we'll have a discussion about the vote, and then we'll have another discussion about.
All right, I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, I think we've ended our discussion, and I'm going to briefly turn this over to Dr. Pedar to describe the voting process.
Great, thank you, Dr. Perlman. Only our 10 regular members and 11 temporary voting members, a total of 21, will be voting in today's meeting with regards to the voting process. Dr. Perlman will read the final voting question for the record, and afterwards, I'll ask all regular voting members to cast their votes by selecting one of the three voting options, which include yes, no, or abstain. You will have 1 minute to cast your vote. After the question is read, please note that once you've cast your vote, you may change your vote within the 1 minute time frame. I'll announce when the voting poll has closed. At that point, all votes will be considered final. Once all the votes have been tallied, we'll broadcast the results and read the individual votes aloud for the public record. Does anyone have any questions related to the voting process before we begin? Okay, if there are no questions, I'll ask Dr. Perlman to please go ahead and read the voting questions one more time for the record.
So the question is, does the committee recommend harmonizing the vaccine strain composition of primary series and booster doses in the U.S. to a single composition? For example, the composition of all vaccines administered currently would be a bivalent vaccine, original strain plus Omicron BA.4, BA.5.
Sam, right. I'm sorry, is there an and missing here?
Where?
After primary series and booster doses. I don't see that on my screen.
Oh, that's probably because you have probably raised hand block open on your right hand side. There is an
I don't care. As long as there's an and there, I'm okay. Thank you.
Yes, there is an and there.
Yeah.
Susan, this is Prabha. Do you want to talk about moving members?
Yes, I was just about to do that, Prabha. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much for the reminder. Yes, at this point, now that the voting question has been read by Dr. Perlman, what we will do, we will move all the voting members and the DFO. Everyone will stay in the room. Everyone who's not voting will be moving out of the room. Please just stay put. Do not disconnect from your Zooms. Stay patient with us for 2 to 4 minutes while we conduct the votes and we come back. And at that point, I'll read the votes aloud for everyone to see. So non-voting members, you will be transitioned into another room. Thank you. Derek, please let me know when all the voting members. Okay, so can I, is everything ready for display?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, so we have a unanimous vote, 21 out of 21 voted yes. Now I'm here, I'm going to read one by one for the public record. If we could have the Excel. Great, thank you, Derek. I'm going to read from top to bottom. It's not alphabetically organized, so here we go. Dr. Haley Gans, yes. Dr. Amanda Cohn, yes. Dr. Mark Sawyer, yes. Dr. Ofer Levy, yes. Dr. Steve Pergam, yes. Dr. Paul Offit, yes. Dr. Stanley Perlman, yes. Dr. Mike Nelson, yes. Dr. Archana Chatterjee, yes. Dr. Bruce Gellin, yes. Dr. Pamela McInnes, yes. Dr. Randy Hawkins, yes. Dr. Adam Berger, yes. Dr. Cody Meissner, yes. Dr. Janet Lee, yes. Dr. David Kim, yes. Dr. Melinda Wharton, yes. Dr. Arthur Reingold, yes. Dr. Henry Bernstein, yes. Dr. James Hildreth, yes. And finally, Dr. Eric Rubin, yes. Thanks everyone for your patience as I read. I'll now hand over, this concludes the voting portion for today's meeting. And now I hand over the meeting back over to Dr. Perlman for asking the committee for the voting explanation. Thanks so much, everyone.
Yeah, so the next component of this is we go to, I ask everyone on the panel why they voted the way they did. Given that we've already had a great discussion about this and lots of positive feedback, this doesn't have to be long. So I'm going to do this in alphabetical order. So that means that Dr. Bernstein, you start. And if your explanation, you think you've said it already, you can say, I've said it already, but or say what you want.
Perhaps he's muted.
Does he still have to speak up?
Dr. Bernstein?
I'm sorry. I thought you were doing Dr. Berger.
Oh, no, he lost out by one letter there, but you're first.
Okay. I mentioned it before. I mean, I think anything that results in a better public communication to get more of the unvaccinated vaccinated would be extremely valuable. I still have some questions, but I think this is the right direction.
Okay. So, Dr. Berger, you actually should have been first, and I apologize to Dr. Bernstein for that.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I thought you had called out Dr. Bernstein, so I was not responding either.
Yeah, I did. It was my mistake.
It's the same rationale that I gave before. I think, as Dr. Bernstein just noted, we are looking to try and get a better, better vaccination rate here and try and make this simplified in the process. The information that we heard early this morning, again, 16 times lower hospitalization, 13 times lower death against, compared to those that are unvaccinated. I think those numbers kind of speak for itself. So I'm definitely supportive of simplifying the process, harmonizing the vaccine composition between primary and boosters.
Dr. Chatterjee.
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. Speaking with colleagues, friends, family, questions I'm answering from the community, there's so much confusion about these different formulations that I think anything we can do to ease up on that confusion and simplify things, it's going to be a good thing. I concur with my other colleagues that there definitely remains a need for these vaccines and for us to do our best to get them into arms. Having vaccines is not sufficient. We need to have them be used. And so I voted yes, because I think this is a step in the right direction in getting us there.
Dr. Gantz.
Thank you. I stated some of my thought process earlier, and so I'm not going to repeat those. I continue to believe that. The one thing that I do think it's important to state is this isn't only a convenience thing to increase the number of people who are vaccinated, which I agree with my colleagues is extremely important for all the evidence that was related. But I also think moving towards the strains that are circulating is very important. So I would say that the science also supports this move. And you do see, I know there's a lot of controversy about this, but it does seem that much of the data points in the same direction as Dr. Weir says, that these are additive. And I think hopefully will help people get on board.
Dr. Kim?
Oh, thank you. I'm totally convinced that the bivalent vaccine is beneficial as primary series and as boosters. Furthermore, the updated vaccine safety data are really encouraging so far. And I'll add that the low coverage rates for infants and toddlers, and as well as adolescents, young adults, and even older young adults, that is very, very concerning. And it's clear that we should not continue the path that we've taken thus far. So if clinicians and pharmacists have to use flow diagrams and other helpful items and like posters and such to understand which vaccines they should give for whom and when, the public's response really shouldn't be a surprise. So I enthusiastically support this recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cohen, I think, did I cut you off?
Great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, I am totally in agreement, but I did just want to make the comment that I don't want to forget that we also saw data that the monovalent primary series was working quite well against infection or symptomatic infection in younger children. And so there will be a period of time where there won't be bivalent primary series available. That will take some time, I assume. And I just think that we need to be clear that people should still continue to get vaccinated and not wait for these bivalent primary series products.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Offit?
I agree with everything that my committee members just said. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Pergam?
It gets hard to add to comments that people have made, but I will just reiterate that clarifying, making the process simpler for the community is going to be critical, and I think there's real value in that. It also feels and indicates better from the data that we're choosing strains that are a little more relevant to what we're seeing in the community, and I think there's real value in that. So I'll be really curious about the next stage in discussion about choosing the specific strains. So I'm really looking forward to that component of it, because I think that is actually what rubber meets the road in this discussion.
Okay, thank you. And I'm next, and I don't have anything to add to the discussion. So, Dr. Rubin?
Sorry, nothing to add.
Okay. So now we're going to go, Dr. Gellin.
Yeah, thanks. On top of the few comments I had before, I think that we're at a pivot point, and I think this is an opportunity as we make this move to really evaluate every part of this and make sure that all the assumptions that went into this are the right ones. And while I have the microphone, my vaccine card, I'm out of lines, and so maybe the other pivot point is to try to figure out how we get into the information age rather than carrying around these little pieces of paper that we hope we don't lose.
Amen. Dr. Hawkins?
Yes, thanks for the opportunity, and I have nothing else to add to my original comments.
Dr. Hildreth?
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. I agree with the approach that's being taken here. There's a lot of disharmony in the public about these vaccines. They're very confused about all the formulations and different manufacturers, so hopefully this will solve some of that. I hope we can get a better job of vaccinating children. I think that's a big concern. And I also want to point out that the impression one gets from listening to these meetings that we're focusing on mRNA vaccines when the Novavax recombinant protein vaccine is an excellent one as well and should be part of our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
I don't have anything to add to what's been said. Thank you.
Dr. Levy?
As we've turned the corner from a pandemic phase to an endemic phase, today's vote marks a big practical win for the American people. This is going to really simplify things, benefit public health. There's more work ahead as we discussed today, but this will be a big win. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. McGinnis?
Here we go. I had 4 points. I addressed the first, which was to the FDA, was that COVID is not flu. I addressed the third and the fourth, which is you have a bivalent. Are there any data to suggest it's better than the monovalent as a booster? And secondly, you know, we really don't have what's the public messaging around this? I took all these vaccines, I still got sick. But I have a second point that I want to just bring up is that this whole conversation is very much mRNA focused. And I think Dr. Hildreth brought this up just like 30 seconds ago. I'm concerned about that because, you know, I've been in that area for a very long time, and it's like first to market gets the place, and I get it. I understand how that works. But it may not be the best for what we're thinking about either as priming or as boosting. So I want to urge making place for other platforms. mRNA has been fantastic. They can produce it really, really quickly. But it may not give us the breadth of coverage, which is really what I think our problem is right now. We know we induce really good neutralizing antibody with mRNA vaccines, but it seems to be pretty short-lived. We can boost it again, and then again, it seems to be pretty short-lived. So, or lived, however you want to pronounce it. And so I want to be sure we don't shut down other platforms in trying to achieve what is the best approach on either an individual or population basis. Thank you.
So did you have a comment on the vote?
I voted yes because I thought that was my comment.
Oh, okay. It was just why you voted the way you did. Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Meisner?
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. And I voted yes because I think it's very hard to predict the evolution of this virus. I think that we can say that new sequences will appear on a regular basis. And any assessment of vaccine efficacy is really a snapshot in time based on the circulating variants and background immunity that comes from vaccines or infection or both. So I think having a bivalent vaccine is reasonable, and I think it should be standardized. And I also agree with Dr. Hildreth and Dr. McGinnis. I think it's important for the protein platform to continue to be available because we don't fully understand yet all the advantages and disadvantages of different vaccines. But it's important to have more than one platform. Over.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Nelson?
Thank you. Fully supportive. Certainly voted yes. Simpler is better. And frankly, I think we saw great evidence today that closer is better. Even when the strain that's actually in the vaccine has long disappeared or on its way out. It had relieved my fears that we would be in this game of trying to chase the latest and greatest. And we saw reassuring data today that says just getting closer gives us some additional benefit. I'm hoping that the momentum of this simplification and this additional efficacy and safety data will spur additional vaccination acceptance at all age groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reingold?
I agree with Dr. Offit.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sawyer?
Our rationale is the same as Dr. Nelson. Bivalent is better, simple is better.
Thank you. And Dr. Wharton?
Thank you. No additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the two discussion topics. Can we put those up on the screen again? Okay, so these two discussion topics are, the first one, which we'll discuss first, is simplification of COVID-19 vaccine use, immunization schedule. Please discuss and provide input on simplifying the immunization schedule to authorize or approve a 2-dose series in certain young children and in older adults and people with compromised immunity, and 1 dose in all other individuals. So we're going to discuss that first, and then I'll read the second one in a bit of time, and we'll discuss that one. So do I have comments on this one? Dr. Rubin?
Thank you. A question and a comment. The question is for those who have never been infected or vaccinated, we would not give a priming dose. That's the idea here, that we'd give a single dose. And that does seem, we do have data for that, and it does suggest that a 2-dose series is better. I'm not sure if that's what that means here. And it seems like everyone who has not been vaccinated and doesn't have a good record of infection should require 2 doses. Otherwise, I think it's okay. But I just want to point out how little we know. We know nothing really about dosing intervals and how that affects the immunity that we get, or protection, or more important, protection that we get. And I would think that we really want to be doing those studies. It's very important to collect those data. It can be collected as part, of course, we have to make decisions. The FDA has to decide what the dosing interval is going to be. But I think it's very important to, in advance, decide what kind of data should be collected so that we could understand if we're doing the right thing.
Thank you. I think Dr. Marks, did you want to respond to that?
No, I didn't want to respond. I just wanted to make a correction here. We don't mean to limit you to thinking about a 2-dose series. We wanted to just note that a multiple dose series, with an example, it could be 2 doses, but some might have questions about whether it would be more than that in those with compromised immunity. I think the major issue is, the concept was, if you've had documented COVID-19 or if you've been vaccinated previously, you would just need 1 dose versus others who might have multiple doses.
Thank you. That
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Gantz?
Thank you. Yeah, I was looking at this because of the way that it was phrased to us. This is in previously immune individuals. And so this, I think, is getting at, do we need to continue to need, quote, boosters? And what would be the timing of that? I think that we have raised over this meeting time, but I think since we're discussing it, it's important to bring it right here. This is going to be a probably different discussion for different groups, as is outlined there. So I think we need age-specific information and underlying condition-specific information. And this leads into persistence. We're in a completely different place than we were originally, when we kind of needed to get our population community boosting and immune, and that related to how many doses that we need. I also think those people who continue to be naive year to year will obviously need a different schedule. And I'm not sure that 2 doses that's the way it was studied. That's the way we accepted it. But we saw that we did need a boost. And I'm not sure that isn't the right way to do prime boosts like many naive people need coming into a new season. So I think we're in a very different place. We have a lot of population immunity, and I think we need persistent studies to answer this question. And I think those need to include broad immunogenicity studies as been outlined, T-cell, B-cell, mucosal, combined with efficacy data and persistence data. Now that people are immune, how long does that last? So I think that's what, if we're going to ask companies for that, that's what I think we need, and look at naive versus immune.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Chatterjee?
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. I would echo Haley's comments, but also add that as we look at this question, particularly for the young children, we would, at least I would want to see a lot more data. The numbers are just too few for us to really make scientifically sound decisions regarding this question. So the trial data need to be much more robust than we have seen in the past. As one of our colleagues pointed out, we have entered into an endemic phase. This gives us an opportunity, a window to really go back to the drawing board, if you will, and look at the science a lot more closely than we were able to do in the face of a deadly pandemic, which we were facing 2 years ago.
Thank you. Dr. Wharton?
So given where we are with the vast majority of the U.S. population having been vaccinated and many individuals having had COVID, and many people have had both vaccine and COVID, it does feel like doing a reset for our vaccine recommendations so that for many people, regardless of what they got before, a single dose really does make sense. It's already been raised that there's a lot of uncertainty for what are the exceptions. I do think there will need to be some careful looking at, again, dosage and number of doses and dosage in young children so that we get good protection in that vulnerable population, and thinking about what is needed to protect other at-risk groups. But I think in general, this is a good move to make at this point. It might not be forever. It may, we may end up revisiting this relatively soon. But I think for the next step for where we are, it feels to me like this is the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sawyer?
I certainly support this approach. Simpler is better, as I've stated. Pediatricians are used to adjusting the number of doses of vaccines based on age, which is likely to be one thing we conclude, as well as high-risk populations, specifically immunocompromised patients. So I think this is definitely the way to go as soon as we can figure out how to do it.
Thank you. Dr. Marks?
Sorry, that was an error of a hand up. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Dr. Offit?
Right, thank you. I just want to underline what Dr. Gans just said. I think certain things are clear. This virus is going to be with us for years, if not decades, and there will always be vulnerable groups who are going to be hospitalized and killed by this virus. I think we need two pieces of information from two different groups. One is we need the CDC to tell us exactly who it is that's getting hospitalized and dying from this virus. What are their ages? Specifically are their comorbidities? If they're immune compromised, in what manner are they immune compromised? Did they recently get a vaccine? Were they treated with antivirals, et cetera? And that has to be provided in concert with immunological data, presumably from academic immunologists, as to what exactly are the immunological predictors, not just antibodies, but also sort of cellular immunity for who is at risk. And then and only then can we really best make the decision about who gets vaccinated with what and when. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pergam?
Yeah, I just want to come back to sort of a question about P's again, is that, the confusion still exists because there's two different formulations with a different number of vaccines that are given. And so as we're thinking about this process, we need to be, considering the two different vaccine platforms that are being used for mRNA vaccines. But also, as we're discussing this, it's been brought up a couple times, but I think we also need to keep in mind how we're going to sort of approach this question when it comes to other vaccine platforms, because it may not be exactly the same how we approach each of these.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Reingold?
Yeah, I want to go back to a point that was made earlier, or a couple of people have made about whether these vaccines are intended to prevent infection or not. I can't tell you how much time I spend trying to disabuse people of the notion that if a vaccine doesn't prevent infection, it's not a vaccine. I point to tetanus as a good example of a vaccine. It does a pretty good job of preventing disease without preventing infection, and there are certainly others. And similarly, the overwhelming majority of kids who get infected with polio virus or measles virus do just fine. Nevertheless, we think it's pretty important to prevent even those rare serious outcomes by vaccinating everybody. And so I think the public health messaging here really does need to be much better than has been in the past. And what we're about, as I think Dr. Ross said before, is preventing serious illness, hospitalization, and death. And that's really what we should be talking about these vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gantz?
Yeah, sorry for coming back around. I realized that I was negligent in not bringing up the other piece of information. Is probably obvious that we need, but we really need to make a plea that in order also to answer this question of how often and along with the immunogenicity and the efficacy data is safety data. So we heard a lot today about our really rigorous and robust U.S. systems that we use to really look at signals. But I would suggest that there is so much rich global data in the millions of doses that is being given to people. This is an amazing opportunity to collaborate. And I think if nothing else, the pandemic has taught us that that kind of collaboration is really necessary and is important for the sharing of information. So I would say as we're making these decisions, the other piece of data that I would like to see is the robust safety data reported.
So this is Peter Marks. This like Dr. Gantz, this actually I can answer for you, and Dr. Forshee can help as well. We, during the pandemic, have been working with a network through the International Conference of Medicine Regulators. There's about 60 countries that have been exchanging pharmacovigilance information. And that's why when a safety signal comes up, we can actually query the other countries. And it was very reassuring with this latest stroke question that this was not seen in millions of doses given overseas. So I couldn't agree with you more that this is a fantastic opportunity to collaborate with various other regulators to be able to put together the maximum amount of safety information that we can. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Meisner?
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. One question that may arise is the issue of interchangeability of these vaccines once they're standardized. And the issue for both pediatrics and for older individuals, including adults, is going to be mixing messenger RNA vaccines and mixing platforms. And we do have some information about heterogeneous immunizations, but that's something that the FDA may want to consider. Over.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Reingold, did you have another comment?
Sorry.
No, okay. Okay, so if there's no more comments on this question, I'll just briefly try to summarize what I've heard, and then we'll move on to the second discussion topic. So I think everybody thought this was a good idea to simplify the schedule and to use either this multi-dose series in young children. It says 2, but maybe 2 won't be adequate. We have to get more data on that. And then the same thing in older adults and people with compromised immunity. I think the idea of simplification is good. I think we need more data. I think my general feeling from the committee is that we need more data to figure out exactly who should get the 2-dose schedule, who should get the 1. Particularly, as it was mentioned earlier in the day, how even for immunocompromised people, there's different vulnerabilities. Some people never responding and other people responding almost normally. So all that kind of information will help determine this immunization schedule. But in general principle, the committee was supportive of going forward with this.
Stanley, can we add one thing, please?
Sure.
I think we made the mention that this particular platform, that the mRNA may not be the best. I don't know. It could be. But that we should leave space for other approaches for both priming and boosting.
Yes, and I think that's what we're going to discuss next. The vaccine.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just, I don't want to close the door on it.
Yeah.
Just we hear that loud and clear. And in fact, part of the idea of harmonizing things here is to hopefully engage other sponsors to come in and have a variety of different platforms that might be able to be used. And we also are obviously looking forward to seeing potential platforms come in that might be improvements on the current generation of vaccines. Over.
Dr. Berger, did you want to say something before we moved on to the second question?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Berger. And I just wanted to add one piece to your really great summary there, which is just we also need data on dosage, not just the number of doses and who gets them, but also the dosage to be given.
Okay. Yeah, so that should be added. Okay. So if we're satisfied with this question, or at least for today, let's move on to the second question, which is vaccine composition. So we are asked to discuss and provide input on the consideration of periodic updates to COVID-19 vaccine composition, including to the currently authorized or approved vaccines to be available for the use in the fall of 2023. And I think based on our previous discussions today, we can make this more broad discussion of what we think about vaccine compositions, whether it be mix and matching or protein versus RNA. So just a general discussion over the next bits of time. So Dr. Chatterjee.
Thank you, Dr. Perlman. Yes, on this question, I think it is critically important that we pay attention to the epidemiology and what is happening with the emerging variants, how the vaccines are continuing to hold up against them. We've had much discussion today about not wanting to chase variants, and I agree with that. But on the other hand, we do have to be mindful and pay attention to make sure that the vaccines continue to be effective. I thought that the discussion around the timing of any proposed changes, it was interesting. The late spring versus early summer timeframe seemed to be something that at least the 3 vaccine manufacturers that were part of our discussion today seemed to indicate that they would be able to provide the formulations and manufacture in time what we would need for the fall. So I think this is like everything else with this virus. It's a virus in evolution, and we have to respond accordingly as it changes and as we see changes happening in its epidemiology, in the epidemiology of this disease over time.
Thank you. Dr. Rubin?
I'm also going to be supportive as Dr. Chatterjee is. We don't know what's going to happen. I think there is evidence that we've seen that there is at least a slight advantage for the Omicron, the better matched Omicron strains that we're using now, or antigens that we're using now. And it may be a bigger bang for the buck as these variants become more and more distant, which is certainly what's going on right now with the XBB strains and the other BA2s. So I think we want to do it, and we're not going to know how often to do it. I think it's quite reasonable to think about another one for the fall. I think that's a very good idea. And there is a limit to how often we can change. But I think that for step one, that would be okay. It's hard to say that it's going to be annual at this point.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gantz?
Thank you. So I think relevant to this conversation, however, of course, it's highly embedded with the others, is going to be, when I think of composition, I also think, as we're coming, as was expressed by my colleagues, as we're coming out of a pandemic, we have a moment to step back and think about composition more broadly. I would definitely agree that we have to understand how the shift of these variants is going to impact what our current immunity is towards them and how efficacious that is in preventing the severe outcomes that we're all worried about. And so again, that gets embedded in understanding the correlates of protection, which we can't, again, emphasize enough. But it also relates to, and I think I did pose this question to our vaccine manufacturers, to go back and look at the dosing. So we know that we were all thinking about trying to get something out into the market to protect those who are naive, but we have a chance to relook at that and really understand that. So I would really make that plea, particularly in the pediatric populations, where that is more pediatric populations also are immunocompromised. So maybe the idea is not more doses, but a higher dosing like we do with the flu vaccine for our elderly. So really looking at different strategies for individuals who maybe don't get the same immunogenicity from just a routine. So not one size fits all. But again, these banks of preclinical understanding, as these companies are looking at the different vaccine, the variants of concern, to understand if we really need to change or if there's actually protection broadly. And so that would be my plea for this particular question. But I do think we're going to be entertaining this at some cadence, which in the future may be different than it is now.
Dr. Pergam?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting, this concept of flu being the once a year sort of approach, maybe it'll work, but I guess my hesitation about that is, if you look at the past 3 years, there's been at least 2 of those years where there's been a large uptick. It was Delta 1 year, and I can't remember exactly what strain it was more recently, where we've had these summer sort of increases that have been important as well. And while we can't, as we said, we can't be chasing strains, we can't be doing that. I wonder if initially there may be some value in sort of thinking about meeting and discussing this at different time points. At least those initial few years while we sort through this, because it feels like we're sort of planning for the future without really any knowledge based on a couple of years. And I'm not sure that we have enough data to sort of say exactly when we should be making these decisions, just as a point. And then secondarily, I think one of the biggest questions that we're going to have to think about, and I know this will be discussed in later discussions, but is, do we include the primary strain or the Wuhan strain in future vaccines? I think that's a real big question we're going to have to debate, and is there value in continuing to have it in our plans for future vaccines?
Good. Thank you. Dr. McGinnis?
Thank you. So thank you very much. I'm sort of struck about being left with an approach that really works very well, mRNA with high efficacy for a short period of time. And I'm struck by sort of falling asleep at night thinking about B cells and clonal expansion and what anybody I'm in contact with needs in order to provide protection against an incoming antigen. So I'm sort of struck by that we've kind of leapfrogged over the data that we normally have, which is dose response against antigen put into the system in a readout. And I'm struck by our ongoing lingering about T cell and mucosal responses, which I wish after 30 years we knew more about. But I'm very convinced we need, from a public health perspective, even though I would never hold up my credentials against public health people, is that we need broader protection. We seem to be in a very narrow tunnel here about highly specific protection for a short period of time, but I'm not sure how much broad protection we're left with after having received a full primary series and or a booster. And that bothers me because in the long run, you're going to be chasing this virus, and I don't want to chase this virus. So I think I would make a plea for ongoing rivet-driven research, not kind of slow-paced backseat research on broader protection, and that may be a different platform, it may be a different approach, I don't know. But I think we need it because otherwise we're going to land up in the same meeting 6 months from now. So surely BA.5 is closer to Wuhan than what we've been dealing with, but I'm still not completely convinced bivalents are giving us added data to the monovalent. I'm still kind of thinking about that. I think it's good to be matching the circulating strain, but I don't want to match the flu model. So I want to fight for a vaccine that has broader protection and not shut the door on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gallen?
Thanks. For the FDA, I want to understand the second part of the question. I'm assuming that based on what we voted on, we're going to be together again in June for the next start of the cadence. So what is this including the currently authorized for the fall? Does that mean the things that are currently available might be regardless of what we do in June, will then be potentially in the market for the fall?
I think the idea here is that we would anticipate having another VRBPAC meeting sometime in May-ish, the May-ish timeframe, to have a discussion of what's circulating and what would make sense to put in the composition of a fall vaccine, knowing how fast things are moving these days with the variants moving across. That again, it will only be it's as good a guess as we can make, but that's the right timing that we need to do to have a meeting in sometime May to early June in order to be able to have the manufacturers of the mRNA vaccines have time. And now actually we're going to go back and we'll talk about what we need to do for the protein-based vaccines. But that's the idea here is that we'd have another meeting. And I think the whole idea is this framework would be that for right now, barring some strain comes along that is essentially breaks out of the T-cell mediated immunity that's providing protection against severe disease in the general population, that we would have essentially, we're proposing at least, I'm not saying just, but at least one meeting per year on this strain selection, and then possibly others, obviously, if something comes up. I think that's the model that's being predicted. And I just want to echo something. We totally agree with everyone. This isn't flu. On the other hand, influenza has served the model of how influenza strain selection has worked, not to a T, but just the general model has been a very important public health advance. And so we can take the best of that model and then essentially adjust around it. Over.
And if I could, maybe for Amanda, I mean, is there a companion ACIP discussion trying to think through how these, particularly around timing, how these are going to be best used, given the sort of the relatively short life of immune protection, to try to think that through for which populations, assuming the vaccine's available in September, when should people get theirs? Over.
So I would actually pass that off to Dr. Wharton, who's our current ACIP Executive Secretary. But I will say that what Dr. Marks is saying does require that all of these systems that we have in place to do the surveillance, we have to keep those going in order to answer these questions over time. And so I do think this is also an opportunity to just reaffirm that the incredible amount of work that multiple federal agencies are doing really needs to continue to give us the data that we need in the future.
And we'll continue to work very closely with our colleagues at FDA to try to assure a program that works.
Dr. Nelson?
Yeah, just two quick comments as we wind up. One is regarding dose. So I too am very interested in getting very granular data with respect to dose response curves. I think those will be important for the discussion of composition as we look into multivalency for these vaccines and the dilutional effect that can occur with this type of formulation. We have the historical nature of data for influenza, but I'm not sure we have it for the COVID-19 vaccine. So I think that will help inform our discussion later in the year as you select not only which strains to put in the vaccine, but exactly how many. And the second one is an appeal for leaving the window open for availability of these vaccines once they are decided upon and produced for an entire year. We've talked a lot about the parallelism with influenza. My fear is that there would be a shorter window of opportunity for individuals to get this valuable vaccine with unpredictable seasonality at this point. So those who have been unvaccinated and entering windows for primary vaccination or a primary series, if you will, shouldn't be excluded from getting it in the spring or early summer. So I would put that on the table to think about ways how we can communicate that there is still value in getting vaccines outside of the typical influenza window. Over.
Dr. Gantz?
Just because it's the issue of, I don't know that June was suggested time for this all to happen. Actually gives us enough time in case there are still questions that need other information that needs to be gathered. So that concerns me a little bit. And I think this is a landscape that's changing quickly. There's so many things we need to think about that changes that I would ask for a longer period of time so that if there is additional data we need to make any decisions, it can happen.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bernstein?
Yeah, I agree with, I wanted to emphasize what I heard Dr. Nelson say. I think that people need to recognize that this pattern is not necessarily the flu. And therefore, we may need to meet more than once a year to look for this as a fall vaccine, that it really is necessary to be received more frequently. Not more doses, but it is something that may necessarily be important to receive over the summer, for example.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments that weren't made already. So one is in terms of keeping up with the virus, I wonder if we probably need to continue doing the extensive sequencing of the virus genome that we've been doing. We might be able to get away with just looking at a virus that's isolated, but I think the genome is a great help. And the second thing is that there was one bit of precedent here with another coronavirus with 229E, which when before the pandemic, when I used to teach about this virus, I would tell people that this virus is invariant all around the world and over time, it's never changed. But one of the things that came out in 2021 is that, in fact, the virus has changed so that sera from 30 years ago doesn't neutralize the virus that's available now. So this is relevant, I think, because one of the things about keeping the ancestral strain in the vaccine is the question of whether we would go back to that original variant. With 229E, it doesn't seem to have happened. And I think with flu, it happens over many, many years. So this may inform our thinking about whether to include the original Wuhan strain in the vaccine, because maybe we're never going to go back there. So maybe it's not important. Anyway, something to think about. So if does anyone have any other comments? If not, I'll summarize all the comments that we've had up till now. Okay, so I think there's a general agreement that updating the vaccine composition is good, and that whether it comes to being once a year or how it actually pans out, that we need to have as much information as we can. So we need to have information about how the vaccine is working, epidemiology of the vaccine. We need to keep learning a bit about efficacy, as I just said. I think as we said in the first discussion point, we need to have more information still about T cell and B cell and non-neutralizing antibody responses so that we can really understand what we're doing. And the combination of different strategies, whether it be protein-based or mucosal-based, was also something to consider, probably not for the fall of 2023, but maybe the mixing of the RNA and protein vaccines is something we will need to address then or should address there. So I think that that's most of what I would cover. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that. So if not...
Thank you, Dr. Perlman.
Okay, then I'm going to hand this back to Dr. Pater.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Perlman. I would actually like to ask Dr. Marks if he has any comments for his closing remarks before we adjourn the meeting.
Thanks very much. Sorry, we're getting used to having meetings now where there's more than one person in a room, and sorry for the echo that occasionally occurs. Apologies for that. First of all, I just want to thank the advisory committee members, today's presenters, and our advisory committee meeting staff for all of the work that went into this. Also appreciate all of the public commenters. I do have to do a special shout out both to the FDA staff who did a wonderful job preparing this briefing book, but also to Dr. Perlman, who has done an outstanding job stepping in at the last minute. And talk about trains departing on time. We are right on time. So just thank you so much, Dr. Perlman. Thank you to all of you for what was a very rich discussion today. We will take the comments, which I think were extremely helpful. We, I think, heard loud and clear that we need to use a data-driven approach to get to the simplest possible scheme that we can for vaccination. And it should be as simple as possible, but not oversimplified, a little bit like they say about Mozart's music. So we will get there. Just want to also just acknowledge, someone pointed out this very opportune day to be having this particular 178th advisory committee meeting. It happens to be the 200th anniversary of the death of Edward Jenner. For those who don't know, was the person who helped initiate virilation for smallpox, ultimately leading to the eradication of an infectious disease from the face of this earth. So with that, I just want to say that we will continue to do our work to protect and promote public health. We will continue to carefully monitor the safety of these vaccines and assess their effectiveness. And we'll also look forward to working with scientists inside of government, outside of government, in academics and in industry towards a next generation of COVID vaccines that will hopefully have what some of the committee members have said, the greater depth and breadth and duration of protection that we'd like to see. And so we've heard that message. And with that, in order to close on time, just another great round of thanks to the committee members and to Dr. Perlman. Thank you so much. And thank you to the audience who's tuned in today.
Thank you, Dr. Marks. For closing comments, I wanted to thank the committee and CBER staff for working so hard to make this meeting a successful meeting. I now call this meeting officially adjourned at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you.